Hello, everyone, and welcome to a brand new season of ESL Challenger League. We're kicking off with Asia this time around to really start us off. My name is Travis. Alongside me is the main man, Hayes, and we've got actually a really good game to bring you today. NKT, some of the guys you may know, Gratisfaction, Bentet, them lot, against X-Rare Atom, who, of course, departed their organisation, but are still a quality roster.
Absolutely. I mean, what a banging matchup to open up here, right? Super exciting. I think one of my first times I'm doing some Challenger League, if I'm not mistaken. I might have covered for a European game before, certainly my first in Asia. So I'm looking forward to that. We've got the Anati guys pushing the buttons, so it feels like a little family get together with a lot of us together. And I'm excited, man. Bleak that it's only one game today that we get to do, but
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. We've
keen
got a
for
game
the
tomorrow though as
nonetheless.
well. So
That's true. We do.
that is we do have a game tomorrow, so that's gonna be interesting. Let's have a look at the rosters, and here
Yes.
are the players to talk about. Now, 5yclone, they are the extra Atom boys, but without Mercury playing today. I do not have any information on where Mercury is. I've checked in Twitters. Maybe I've looked in the wrong place. If anyone knows where Mercury may be, then feel free to let us know in chat. Serious answers only, of course. But I believe QAQ, you can see there, if I'm not mistaken, that is Amelia QAQ from Lin Vision, standing in for 5yclone today. I hope I'm correct on that one. QAQ is the only name that I recognise from this division and this region that would make sense to be standing in. So hopefully that is the fact that I've got correct there. But there's a lot of well-known players, of course, on 5yclone / X-Rare Atom. Jam Young is much loved. Kaze's had a storied career alongside Advent. They're both incredibly experienced, and Mosier is a young gun for sure. And NKT have great names as well. Hayes with Gratisfaction and Bentet. And even
Yes.
Urcast as well has got a hell of a lot of experience.
Yeah, certainly the three names that headline the roster, right? I mean, I remember Urcast back when he was playing in the Australian scene. He was playing with Greyhound. I think he even had a stint with the Immunity as well. So yeah, Urcast has been a player I've actually seen around the scene for a long time. Funny enough, I think he's actually 28 years old, if I remember when I checked his profile earlier. So he's not the youngest guy, but certainly still brings the heat in the server. Is it Zygen or Exigen? I'm going to go with
Zyne,
Zygen.
maybe. I could go Zyne.
Zyne could be as well. Not a bad shout, yeah.
I'm going to go
And then
Zyne because
Zero.
it's easy to roll off the tongue, I think.
Okay, and then Zerolte, or what are we even going for with the other teammate there, man?
Zerolt, I don't know.
Zerolt,
Yeah.
okay.
There are some good. I have heard other casters pronounce their names, but I've heard other casters do it differently. So
Yeah,
we're gonna have
exactly.
to put our own spin on it and try our best with those names. But Zyne and Zerolt, I think that probably is the easiest of the way to do it. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this because we're kicking off the season with very well known players, very well known names, probably some of the stars from the Asia region and Asia division of Challenger League. So, and of course, to be fair, some world stars as well. I mean, you all know Faction had his time, of course, on Renegades, and he went to 100 Thieves, and of course, Bentet had his time on Extremum and Genji. I believe Bentet had that one LAN win on Genji, I believe, in one of those dream hacks back in the day when Som, I think, was the MVP. Some of you may remember Som. Yeah, it's a pretty big throwback. I do believe there's a chance we can look at the veto in a matter of seconds. Because we obviously, with it being on Faceit these days, we get the veto on the match pages in front of us. And here we go, we've got it on our screen in front of us as well. So we are going to an NKT pick of Inferno, a pick of Nuke for the 5yclone boys, and a decider of Ancient. And to be fair, going by the hit roster histories of some of these guys, I think that's probably pretty common ground for all of them, actually.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't have a huge amount to go off of. NKT haven't played much Counter-Strike recently. I guess you could say the same for the X-Ray Atom team as well. But just like you say, generally speaking, I'd say comfortable maps. Well-established maps. Inferno and Nuke, super well documented at this point, and Ancient's become the most popular map in the pool, I'd say, in, the past 3 months or so. So yeah, it's not like there's any niche picks, I'd say, like maybe an Anubis or an Overpass. And I think, with Asian Counter-Strike in general, Inferno's always been a go-to. So looking forward to seeing it here myself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when you say with what you say with Ancient, I think is a very fair point. I mean, I think a lot of people are warming to Ancient now, compared to, even maps like Inferno or Mirage, for example, because I think Mirage is the classic that even though it's banned in this series, we always know that will be played and it's got great retake ability, for example. Inferno doesn't really have that, and Ancient has been providing some absolute bangers at the S tier level and the the tier 2 level as well. I had the opportunity to cast and watch quite a lot of that recently, so yeah, it's really interesting. But for
Yeah.
this series, I think I probably would, plainly because they're known as a better team. I'd favor the 5yclone boys because obviously we know the history and how good they are on a map like Inferno, for example, which even is NKT's pick.
Yeah.
However, with the stand-in they have today, which we assume is a stand-in of Amelia QAQ instead of Mercury, that could always throw a spanner in the works. So yeah, we know that he's a very talented player from that Lin Vision team. Of course, Lin Vision do have some invites, I believe, to close qualifiers coming up, so they'll be showing up again soon. But I think NKT's stars would have to really show up today to give them a good shot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just looking at the map pool, I've done a little bit more digging now. Inferno and Nuke are two phenomenal maps for this X-Rare Atom team. Like you say, the big asterisk is that they're missing Mercury, and Mercury is one of their stronger players, right? The whole core four of them, everybody outside of the IGL Advent, you can just rely on to consistently put up good numbers. Any one of them could pop off and have a star game as well. Like I was saying, looking at some of the numbers from I'd say, I've looked at the past 6 months, which obviously doesn't give us a very accurate depiction of what we can expect in the server, but it still gives us an idea of how good the maps have been for these teams, over that period. And Inferno and Nuke are right up there as their two best maps. And then on Ancient, they played it 7 times in the past 6 months, and they haven't lost it once, Trav. So Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient is the maps here for the 5yclone team, as we're calling them now, is looking really good. Like, they're just so comfortable.
Yeah, they are incredibly comfortable. I mean, we've seen them play Inferno against some of the best teams in the world.
Yes.
Rare Atom, of course, and actually we've seen them play Nuke against some of the best teams in the world as well. So, yeah, and they've always shown up pretty well. They're a very enjoyable team to watch, and one that has quite a lot of fans that aren't just from from the Asia division. They've really become a big thing in World CS, and it's a shame that we're not going to see that Rare Atom name actually anymore. Of course, they left that name, so. I wonder, they absolutely should be a high candidate to be picked up by an organization at some point. But we haven't got a GoTV just yet. Of course, I have moved to Face It for this season, so we need to wait for admins to sort us out a GoTV so we can get into the game. But it's not ready yet. So we're going to go to a very quick break, and when we're back, we'll be getting straight into the first map. Don't go anywhere, guys.
nothing but the fading light.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Apologies for the delay. We had to switch servers, I do believe. But we're going to be live in ESL Challenger League for Season 46, the Asia Division. It's 5yclone, the ex-Rare Atom boys against NKT. And it's a pretty interesting matchup with some very well-known players, of course. I will preface what I said earlier. We do have Mercury in the server. It is not a stand-in situation. So it's the full ex-Rare Atom. Let's get underway.
And that looks a whole lot scarier for NKT, doesn't it? Knowing that Mercury is actually in the server and they're on Inferno. They've got Nuke after this. Great maps for that team. There's going to be Bentet who opens up. And that A bomb site's looking vulnerable now. There's a flash on Gratis faction. They're going to be making their way in towards Zaps. 5yclone have some rotations coming through in the way of Mosier. But he's not going to force the issue. So now the wraparound commences from Urkos. P250 at range. He's deadly right now. And he's going to find some timing. At least he gets the information. Now he's going to have 3 teammates coming out. Oh my god, are you kidding? Wait, Zayt just catches Mercury completely out in the open. Finally a kill comes back for Kaze. He has to do all the work though. And it's only going to be 2 kills out of him.
Yeah, not much they can really do. 2 with the max. He did pretty well, to be fair. Now it's Advent, the IGL of 5yclone slash ex-Rare Atom. He's in a 1v2, and he's actually got a couple of flashes to work with. You never know. Bombs down. Of course, he does not have a defuse kit, which makes it ever more difficult. 1 pit, 1 side. And I'm sure even if that first duel comes through, Bentet will swing with their ult and try and take him down on the quick trade. And yeah, the time is now running pretty low. Advent can't do anything about this. I think saving the Kevlar is going to be his choice. He'll be off. So great start for NKT. They will take the pistol and take it pretty comfortably in the end as well. Like you say, that little apps burst coming in. They caught Mercury looking towards short at the worst possible time. And as I said earlier, he may show up in the overview as we can see now as QAQ, which is what confused me earlier. My knowledge of the players and other Asian teams have come back to bite me slightly there, confusing him with Amelia QAQ as a stand-in from Linvision, but that's not going to be the case. That is just Mercury's
Yeah, what a
name
coincidence
face
though, right? Like, what are the chances of that?
It might be a maybe like a little meme in China. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm completely wrong on that one, but yeah, it's still good to see Mercury
Maybe it's
in
like
the server.
a duck sound, just like quack.
What makes you say that?
QAQ.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're saying it out loud. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Nice shot for
Well,
Mercast. That's
either way, yeah.
captain versus captain action there. Captain versus Advent. Now Mercury is the last one to defend top banana. Spotted out by the jump spot.
Ooh.
Now he's under a lot of pressure towards sandbags, but he's going to be allowed to fall away for now.
Yeah, important that he gets out of dodge there. Just see the way that Urcast goes about his business here in Banana. Finds that first kill, spamming the wood. The way he just jump spots there to get information. Just a pretty good protocol in general as to how to play that position as the T. Jamyoung wants to get aggressive here with Kazev. Oh, with the Desert Eagle, just gets run right over by Zerolton. Or Zerolta, should we say. Either way, easy cleanup coming through for the T side. It's just sprawl all over the A bomb site and take names in the process.
Yeah, one for Zerotli or Zerolte, and as I say, it's a hard one for us to pronounce. We'll find one that works for us eventually. And of course, with Zine on the Mac 10 farming up some cash as well. 4 players left alive. That's really good for the NKT economy early doors, as that was the 5yclone 4 spy as well. So they're going to be ecoing in this one and buying up in round 4. So NKT have a chance to farm ever further. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see that the 5yclone / ex Rare Atom boys are sticking together, because of course when you lose organisation support, sometimes that sort of does instigate some changes. Just made me think that perhaps they'd picked up someone else, or perhaps were playing with someone else as a stand-in, as the names are very confusing. I mean, it's a full eco. I can talk about it a little bit.
Yes.
I checked his Faceit page, and there's no indication that he could be Mercury, because he's not called Mercury anywhere else. Then I checked his Steam page, and his oldest nickname is Mercury, and apparently he's a massive fan of Yakinda. So, to be fair to him, he hasn't really been doing that bad in Pro CS.
I'm also a fan of Yakinda, but old Yakinda, pre-IGL Yakinda. Give me that guy.
True.
Now we've got like a Latvian Stewie 2K basically. Either way, it is confusing, but yeah, maybe it's a tribute. Maybe, like you say, Yakinda is one of his idols. But it is Mercury. We've been able to confirm. It's not lead or nickel. It's Mercury.
True. That is a good point.
Mercury is a cool substance, actually, by the way.
That is very true. Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
it's one of the only liquid metals, right?
I believe so.
Yeah,
It does
super poisonous stuff, actually.
I'm not up on that sort of information in my brain currently
Okay.
at this moment in time, but I do know that is a fact, I believe. So, can confirm that the stream is slightly choppy at the moment, but that will be fixed in a couple of minutes for you guys, I do believe. So stick with it, and it should be smooth imminently. And let's see how imminent 5yclone are to the scoreboard, because Jamyoung's getting pressured in pit already. Mac 10 looking to leap his way in. The flash is really good. Mac 10 will go down of Zine, and the Molotov is really well timed. It helps Jamyoung out for a second kill. That nade's going to be pretty decent, but Jamyoung will still be safe in pit for now. It chunks him down to 47. And that's really cool for the NKT play. Urcast, though, he's crept through long. Kaze needs to trade this, and does. That should settle the situation for 5yclone.
Yeah, because now they can focus their attention towards apartments in short, which is where the 2 remaining players are coming from for NKT. Zerotl doesn't really have that element of waiting for his teammate to try and take the attention off of him. He kind of has to be proactive, which isn't ideal when you're coming out of the apartments. Himself and Grass's faction working in tandem. There we go. Just jumps and leaps straight out, but Jamyoung will step out and finish off the job. So 5yclone, they're on the board, and in convincing fashion as well.
Players like to make it tough for casters, don't they? Because
I know, man.
Zerolt's name on Liquipedia is LTE, and on the HUD it's TLE, and that's his choice. I'm just going with Zerolt, man.
It's much easier to pronounce.
I've heard him pronounced by other casters. I've watched NKT a few times on these streams, and it's like it goes back and forth with different casters. So I do try and check.
Shouldn't be allowed.
So true, bestie.
Zerolt is by far the easiest, and makes
And
the
it
most
is his
sense.
name in
Sounds the
Liquipedia, so we
best.
go by the Liquipedia. We'll go by the
Okay.
Liquipedia.
People are going to think we're illiterate, but oh well, that's okay.
That is okay. Sometimes
It's
being
like-
illiterate as a caster is okay.
Yeah, it's like, you know, a very niche joke that only you're in on, and you tell it to everyone, and like, it's funny to you, but no one else gets it. Anyway, yeah, it is going to be Mercury in towards middle. Kind of left his own devices right now. Good damage done to Bentet as well after finding the kill. So at least, you know, kind of walks away or leaves his team in an even numbers game after he goes down. He was always going to go down, so getting a frag and some damage, not a bad result. Rotation has been drawn here by the T side in towards middle, so That B side looks slightly more vulnerable right now.
Even numbers you say, but the number on Bentat, as you mentioned, is not great. So really, to be fair to Mercury, he may as well have got away with 2 kills there. Bentat has not got an AWP to pick up from a teammate or anything, so it's not like he can have a defensive sniper role and try and hit those 1 bullet, 1 kill situations. But if he just gets shifted on like that by Mosier, then Bentat will take those every day of the week. Jamyoung under Balk needs to step up here. Cast out through mid. Good swing. Covers it into that 3v3. Now the Apps pinch comes in, but Advent is here. They have no idea that Zeralt so far up, though. That's crazy. I'm not surprised that they had no idea. Kaze through the smoke. Zeralt's just going super aggressive on it. Do they want the AWP? Yes, they do. That aggression and that positioning on the edge of the graveyard there, way further up than 5yclone were expecting, has net NKT their 4th round.
Yeah, it was actually really well played, and I love that Zeralt took that initiative because he pushed his way up arches and around library to get into graveyard, and that's what catches 5yclone completely off guard. It actually looked like Advent and Jamyoung were maybe going to be able to mount some sort of a defense there until Zeralt has his say. And like I said, great initiative being taken by him, taking that space, not afraid, not fearless, not fearful rather, sort of just sitting and waiting around, but making that play by himself. Goes on to win the round for his team. And you could see it almost looked like Advent saw him, but he was just confused. Maybe he thought it was a teammate or something, because it's like, that couldn't be a T player.
What compounds it is the fact that he goes aggressive through the Moto smoke as well. And Kaze has no chance in that 1v2 because Zeralt being up so close is impossible to guess. That nade's going to be decent, I think. They're going to have to back away from it. Otherwise, they would have, I think, had 2 players chunked down to 50, maybe. And he does a little bit of chip damage this time. Not even enough to make them 1 headshotable by an M4, I don't think. 95. And they're going to be smoking long. Kaze smoked off. And now, you mentioned it's problematic because Advent is the only one here with an MP9 on a weird angle as well. He might at least get 1 free kill as... Oh my goodness, Mercury just goes straight through the CT smoke. Fair play to you, son. Now Advent has a chance to pounce. He gets 1, almost 2, but in comes Mercury with another. Ridiculous trades, and Zine is left 1v3.
Okay, I mean, it's not completely impossible right now. He's going to get that bomb down. He's got an AK as well. Be able to get back through the smoke. He can try and isolate these fights. Where does he position himself? He's looking for a gunfight. He knows he's still got some life left in that smoke as he gets himself back to quad. He needs to dance around and connect on his shots. No kit in play for the CT side, by the way, so time is of the essence. That bomb's nearly halfway gone.
No kit.
Yeah, exactly. This could be a big problem right now. Charging their way forward. Okay, Jamyoung says, everybody just relax.
Everyone relax. There's no reason to panic. The time is not an issue. It stood still in Jamyoung's mind, and that MP9 just does so much damage. And so hard to deal with when you get rushed upon and the AD comes in. It's just the fast movement with it makes it so powerful. And that is a really important round, actually, for 5yclone, because if NKT had grabbed that one as well, that would have really hurt early on. CT side is very vulnerable, of course, economically on Inferno. All the saves that have to come through in those sort of situations. Thankfully, the 3v1 is more than enough to get it done.
It's an important round for 5yclone to win as well. It just kind of keeps NKT at arm's length, right? It means that they don't pull too far ahead early on because now the T-side economy's been reset, so they have to eco. I do like the option they're going to employ here. Just smoke and flash over the top. Bulk burst coming through from them. Gratisfaction just hoping he doesn't get peeked in mid while he waits to line up this utility for his teammates. Successfully been able to get themselves into apartments, and Jamyoung is the one who has to deal with this right now. I believe there's going to be a smoke for Moto here so that they can come through. There we go. Now the smoke does arrive. Flash over the top. Jamyoung, big job on his shoulders right now. Life preservation important. Won't be able to deny the bomb plant, so at least that's going to be coming through here from the T side. Kaze nearly getting caught off guard. Going to go for the no scope.
What's going on here?
Shotgun AWPing. Everybody's on top of one another right now. Urkos with the P250's got a kill. Bentet's phasing through smokes. And 5yclone will eventually win the round.
That's why I love watching the Asia division in ESL Challenger League. That is some classic stuff there. The pistols is causing havoc, and there's not very often you'd see Kaze go so aggressive with the AWP against pistols as well. I think there'd be so many AWPers in World Counter-Strike that would just wait for the rifles to do the damage and not risk getting the AWP lost. And somehow he had no idea the plant was coming in on the close right corner. And eventually they sorted it out. The Pistols in the smoke tried to make some cheeky plays happen, but in the end, it's comfortable, and they survive with 4 players alive, which is very important as well. NKT buy round coming in. Can they step up once again? It's a good start from them, but 5yclone have come alive slightly. We know they do love a good Inferno. In fact, the first 2 maps in this series, Inferno and Nuke, are 2 maps where they historically have done some great work in, World CS, not just in their own region.
I'd say Inferno is probably the best, right? It's the map that I have the most recognizable for X-Ray Atom in my mind, 5yclone now. And NKT have picked it, remember?
Yeah.
So that just plays beautifully into 5yclone's hands. Okay, let's see what this gun round has in store for us now. Important for NKT, if they want to maintain their position in the driver's seat, they need to get this one on the board. AKs across the board. Utility as well. They're just slowing things down. You're playing out a bit of a passive default, waiting to see if there's any aggression they can look to punish, and they'll start to take some ground of their own. The CT side hasn't been without aggression from 5yclone. We have seen them ask some questions early on.
Indeed.
Oh, Mosier's in trouble.
Yeah, he needs utility support, and he needs it right now, but he's got none of it, and Cast will take advantage of it. There was a late flash, but it, as I say, was a bit too late on that scenario. So 30 seconds left in this one. NKT have an opening pick. Jamyang and Kaze are still staying put on A, and right now they'd be correct in doing so. They have a lot of work to do. 5yclone have split it 2-all. Time could be the problem, but at least splitting it 2-all gives NKT a chance to trade their way in. But Bomber's on the site. That's a big problem. Kaze stepping up. In comes Jamyang. Kaze keeps strafing around, and he's wasting so much time right now. Zine is so screwed, but somehow he takes him down. And now there's a chance. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. They've got the plant. They have a shot. Advent and Mercury on this retake. They're slightly late, at least Advent is. And they're going to try and play it together. They both have kits, so it makes sense to wait this one out. Urcast spots that information. Does he decide to take the heads up 1v1 here? He does, but Mercury hits it, and it's all down to Zine. He's very stuck here. He's exposed from both angles, and he doesn't have information on who's going to come first. He gets one, and they're slightly split up, though, and he takes Advent as well. Great clutch from Zine. That's hugely impactful in the state of this first half.
Yeah, massive round one. What a big clutch that is out of Zine. Had to try and predict which was going to be the first fight, as you say, and he reads it to perfection, getting both of those kills. It's a bit unfortunate for NKT after that massive defense out of Kaze in particular, doing that work from inside of the bomb site with the Yorp. And Jamyang also had I think he got 1 kill in the defense. Looked like they had done enough between them, but NKT plant the bomb with a second left on the clock. Kaze wants to peek down middle, but he's got his opposite number waiting on the other side. Gratisfaction now with the AWP reign supreme.
Let's go. Gratata. He's back in the server. And he's making some nice AWP plays as well. I think Kaze versus Gratisfaction is certainly a mouth-watering duel in the Asia division this season. One of the most, I would say. And he did a quiet start to this first map, but that shows what Gratisfaction can do. The run boost over the top of mid, tried to get Kaze in position to take him down. Didn't do so. Gratisfaction then bests all 3 that come his way. And NKT have a free open B bomb site. So they're going to be taking this round. They're going to be going up 6-3. Advent and Mosier be trying their best to save, especially now Advent has recovered Kaze's AWP.
NKT looking good right now on this T side. You can definitely see why they've picked this map. Really important round coming through there just in terms of how they punish the aggression, because it means 5yclone will have to think twice about that before they attempt a similar sort of strat going into the rest of the half. You love that when you're the T-AWPer as well. You're just double scoped in, holding the angle, and a player steps straight into your scope. It's just like, if you hit your shot, you get the kill every day of the week. The CT really relies on you either being slow on the trigger or missing your shot for him to get that frag. It's such a big gamble to make as the CT AWPer to peek down mid like that. It's a play I really despise myself. I'd rather see, the AWPer smoke off middle and then peek from apartments into second mid, I think is a better choice. Down banana, not a bad option either, but that peek just dry down mid, that's a really big gamble.
That's your least favourite of all 3. That's a fair call, to be fair. I mean, I wouldn't even say that's entirely wrong. Banana just feels like you have great opportunities for flash support and teammate support.
Yes.
And apartments, there are thin walls, but walls nonetheless to hop back behind if you miss your shot. I think apartments on Inferno is one of the most wall-bangable spots in all the map, I believe.
True, but you also have more cover, right? You're peeking out the window, so you can only see sort of the top third of your body. You know, peeking top banana, you can only see the top half of your body. Peek out mid, the entire body's exposed as well. Better angle coming through from him now with the AWP. He knows that he has to impose himself though, right? Because he has one of the 2 hero weapons in the round for 5yclone.
Indeed. Zine, of course, the longest standing member on this NKT roster. He's been around for a long time, of course, Zine. He's still only 26, but he's had a pretty storied career. Some people may remember him, of course, from the MVP project days when they used to be one of the teams that would occasionally qualify for big S-tier lands and create some havoc back in 2017. I think that MVP project team, I think, had the likes of, from memory, like Solo on it. Was it Solo, the legendary Korean player? I can't remember. It's been a long time now. It's been a long time.
I actually forgot about those days. Let me go back and do some digging.
I think Glow and Solo are the 2 that come to mind from those. Probably some of the most well-known Korean Counter-Strike stars, for sure. I'm sure there's some people in chat remember those. But now comes the execute in toward B. Zerolt will get the first. And Mosier boosted up toward quad here. Could actually do some more good work. He's going to drop down. Another Molotov comes in, might force him to swing, and then Kaze will get baited in as well. This only was the save, of course, technically, but they are trading their way in really well. That's a critical kill from Gratisfaction onto Kaze. And Gratata steps up again to take down his counterpart. And all the work that's been done by 5yclone leaves the 2 players without the weaponry remaining, so there's no chance in this one.
Still a really good effort, obviously, here from 5yclone to get the 3 kills in their eco. And you got a decent counter round loss bonus behind them. Jamyang just going to see if he can inflict any more pain. Unfortunately, it's going to be he who receives the damage. 7-3, NKT very happy with the way things are going right now in Inferno.
Great start.
What do you do if you're 5yclone here? They're going to go all in, but they're going to be without an AWP, obviously. I feel like the AWP has already been an integral part of their setup on the CT side.
I think maybe in that previous round with that AWP that obviously Advent carried over for Kaze, they're almost thinking, okay, well, we've got 2 players who are basically full eco anyway. Are we in a situation where if we haven't got a chance to win the round, we try and run Kaze away and save almost instantly, so we actually do have that AWP in the next round? But Gratisfaction stopped him. They had a chance to win it, so he tried for it. And that's fair play, to be honest. But, yeah, not to be. Nice little double setup, though. That is a change-up. Mercury on the flower bed. On the half wall, I guess you could say, next to the flower pots. And that Molotov spreading. That's unbelievable. That's going to cause him to go down. The flash is so good that it removes Jamyang as well. That's a brilliant flash setup. Removing that nice little crossfire that they had completely, and Kaze is just ultimately screwed in the corner. He has to be bailed out by Mosier. Oh, and the dink on Gratisfaction as well. How has he not gone down? There it is. One random bullet is found. And Urcast is on a big round-the-world play, and Advent's going to hear him at some point, you would think. When does he hear him? When does he hear him? Hello. Urcast says, Advent, he didn't hear you at all. So now there's a shot in this one with Kaze so low. Of course, the bomb is on the site itself, but he's got a whole 45 seconds to play with here. Oh, is he looking to peek first too? And he's the one full health. He can't really afford to go down. He sees the shadow. I believe they're Urcast, surely. He sees that. There's the information. Damage done. Now only 9 and 5 health between the 2 of them. This Molotov could even take him down, but thankfully Kaze stands tall. That could have really gone south.
Oh, very quickly. I mean, barely any health added up between the 2 of them, but they will come out on top. Will 5yclone, such an important round for them to win. They still won't have an AWP coming into this next round, but at least they kind of get another point on the board here. And look at that T-side economy. Actually doesn't look great either. They're going to go all in. It makes sense because they can afford to get a pretty decent buy. Gratisfaction drops an AK as well, so it looks good at the end of the day. Pretty much just Zerolta. I can't remember. We're going Zerolt? Zerolt, yeah, that's true. Don't even read the letters anymore. But he's the only one who kind of has to settle for a weaker weapon here with the Deagle in play. This is the round 5yclone have to win, right? You win this 5-7. Afterwards, it's an anti-eco 6-7. And kind of what, regardless of what happens in the last few rounds, you're going to be happy. The flash is going back
What
and
is
forth
going
right
on?
now. Urcast has ended out on top of Mosier. He's hearing him jumping all over right now. He's got no health in the smoke. One bullet will do the job. Somehow
smoke
he's been able
grenade.
to matrix his way through everything.
That smoke grenade would have done the job. If it connected with his body in any way, that would have been a smoke impact kill, which you don't see much of course. That's a rarity and always something funny to look for in CS. But Mosier, I know Urcast was walking wounded. He was 1 HP, and fair enough. He was a lucky little rascal in that smoke. But Mosier, mid-air, with MP9, connects one bullet. The one bullet required, of course. MP9, I believe, is one of the most accurate guns in the game while mid-air. I think it's the most accurate on ladders and the most accurate while jumping. The MP9. So, it wasn't impossible for that to happen, and Urcast will go down. Somehow gets nothing for his heroics in that smoke. And actually, NKT are going to be going back toward A once again. 3 here this time, but that's a great entry from Bentet. We know the quality that he can provide for these sort of teams. The quality that he's shown in the past as well. And that Molotov, oh, it's not being put out by that smoke. Jamyoung is very stuck right now, but Kaze is still hiding and he's not yet shown his hand. There's one, but not two. Good trade from NKT again. Adont has to force his way through, but
no.
Gratisfaction catches him as well. It's all down to Mosier, and now they know exactly where he is on low health, 34. Zine takes him down. That is a great sort out from NKT. Double the score now of 5yclone.
Yeah, really good execution towards that A bomb site. I just like how they're kind of able to just pull the trigger and with no hesitation, everyone's on the same page. Transition themselves seamlessly in towards A. Good cross cover, good spacing, good trading. And that's done a lot of damage now to 5yclone's chances on the CT side. They're going to have to settle for an eco. That means 9-4 before they get to buy up again. And Team NKT rather, regardless of what happens from the 9-4 scoreline, I reckon they're pretty content. You know, 9 rounds, 9-6 on the half. Decent job, in my opinion, on the T side, especially against a team like 5yclone.
Sure. Urcast is looking to farm up the money. I mean, why not? There's only a few rounds left in the half, but you may as well try. He hasn't really got much in the bank anyway. The rounds have been really close, so that's what keeps NKT's economy pretty honest. 5yclone know if they were to win the next round, for example, then 9-6 could be almost not guaranteed, but a great chance of it. They got no idea that Urcast had crossed into pool already, which means he does get a free kill, but thankfully Mosier hits the double USP tap and takes him down. Tough angle to hit those 2 headshots and makes it happen. They have a chance to pick up the Mac 10, which they haven't even done, I don't believe. They're going to want it next round anyway. You may as well just rush their way in. Now, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Gratisfaction's going to get caught out throwing his utility for his teammates. They're charging up mid right now. That will be a gun that'll be available to pick up, but Zerolt's trying to deny them of that. Mercury's got that AK. Back into a 3v3 thanks to Zerolt, but in comes the big flank. Oh, it's dangerous! But it at least takes down one. That will activate Zion to help out. Lots of damage has been done, and now falling back with the AK is certainly the order of the day. They're out of there, but again, 5yclone can be happy with that damage.
Yeah, 3 kills. I guess the problem is that, there's only 2 rounds left in the half. Nice shot from Mosier just to add another to the tally. I mean, they've been deadly in their eco rounds, right? The problem is they just haven't really been able to follow up with winning consecutive rounds in their gun rounds to really break the back of that T-side economy. 9-4 heading into the next gun round here. There will be an AWP in play once again. Just the beginning of the ESL Challenger Asia Pacific Season 46. Of course, the opening day. And long couple weeks ahead here for these teams as they try to qualify for ESL Pro League Season 19. Obviously, the big prize on top of the 40k that's up for grabs.
Indeed. Season 19 will be the season after the close season. That's only a few weeks away. Season 18. All planning for the future. Teams we're going to see maybe at the top level. And it would not surprise me if 5yclone are one of the teams to make it again. But NKT are showing a great hand early doors this time around. This is their map pick, but it's one of 5yclone, of course. X-Rare Atom. Have a check of the X-Rare Atom stats, of course. We'll know that. And from just pure watchability, they are a fun team and high quality against some of the best in the world. Fought off a number of the best in the world as well in Challengers. Some of the S2 events they qualified for, thanks to Challenger League, of course. Challenger League does give these teams the path to show their hand in Pro League one day. Ooh,
Nice shot
Kaze.
there from Kaze. Yeah, important. We haven't seen 5yclone start off too many of these rounds with an opening kill that goes untraded. Got themselves a rare man advantage here that they have to convert into a round win. NKT want to apply some pressure in towards A. I think the flashes are going to come over the top. Looked like Zine was going to go out there, but holds off for now. And it's going to be a flank from Banana. There's a big window of opportunity here for 5yclone right now. They've got all the information in the world. Anvent getting a move on with his footsteps heard. I don't know, but Zeralta just peeks down middle, but he's got a kill. And that's a false sense of security. He's making the call here, by the way. He's made this read, but he's only faking it out. That's huge. Support rotation from Mercury. Jamyang wants to get info in middle now. Thought that might cost him his life. He gets one, but Zine has traded. Kaze gets a kill, but now he's by himself on the safe bomb side. He's being wrapped around as well. There's a smoke that's blocking him. The flare that's coming from Library. That means Zeralta's been isolated. Kaze has won the round on time alone.
Mosier can just run away back to B, and as you say, Kaze just wasting that clock. That was perfectly done. Actually, a really fun round to watch play out. So that was, as you say, I'm pretty sure that those footsteps were heard of the MP9 charging up mid. Urkas just says, okay, I'm going to punish you for that. Swings, destroys him, and then tries to make that fake, as you say. It did keep Mosier on that B bomb site. That flash, because they did have time to make it. Had 24 seconds. That's more than enough time to get toward the B side of the map. And Mosier, obviously, I don't think either Mosier or Urkas, definitely Urkas, didn't know that Mosier was still on the site, I believe. And he knew of that one that he killed. And the fake was a good call. I actually think that was the right move. But in the end, they were a little bit too slow on committing fully to A. And Kaze could just waste that clock. It's the same short/balcony setup for 5yclone that we've seen once in this game already. They had a Molotov to destroy it last time and just take down both basically for free. But it's actually looking to trade that position. Eventually Zine will help out, and that flash is brilliant. Mercury's playing anti. He gets punished for it. Kaze with the FAMAS. That's rough. Oh, somehow he gets away with his life. Now Mosier will be there once again to at least get the insta-trade and bail his teammate out. But 3v2 for Team NKT. Mosier has got that defuse kit. And Advent is patrolling Arch. Still 50 seconds in this round. They've got more than enough time to go back to B and more than enough time to continue to fake it if they really want. They do not have a CT smoke. That's the biggest problem. Betisfaction's going to peek it dry because of that. But thankfully, Bentet will insta-trade. Mosier now has a great chance at this clutch. He has that kit and he has utility, but Zeralt's holding the angle with the up towards CT. And it's a fantastic half from NKT. 10-5. That was really well played. And I do believe we're going to a quick break. So we'll see you in 1 minute or so.
After a very impressive first half performance from Team NKT, the team who have picked the map, they are up 10-5 going into their CT side. If they win this pistol round, that's going to put them in a really good place now going into the second half. Let's see if they can make it happen. 5yclone. Just looking to try and get the ball rolling here, Trav. I wouldn't say we've seen the best out of them so far in Inferno.
Absolutely not. And it's a map in which we know they've shown a lot of quality on in the past against some of the best teams in the world. It's actually one of their best rated maps, of course, on HLTV as well. But Inferno can be a lottery. It's always been a bit like that over the years. And NKT do like it as well. So they're showing up on this map right now and showing what they can do. Good to see. Let's see if they can keep it going. 5yclone, of course, are now on the arguably favoured T side, and they're going to be popping their way in toward B. Urkas trying to connect the headshot, just can't at the moment. And Advent, surely he gets this kill and does. I'll let him get this bomb plant down. But Gratisfaction with that P2K wants the one back. Mercury close up toward the ruins though. An easy 2 kills for him. At least he makes it look easy. That was lovely. Now Bentet is left in a 1v4. He's about to get double swung, I believe. There's the info. And there is the 3rd kill for Mercury. That was wonderfully clean from him.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed as well. I mean, especially considering the way that first half had played out. You know, Mercury's being quiet, so the triple kill will certainly be welcomed for 5yclone. I'd say they're probably going to favor the T side here on Inferno to the CT side for 5yclone. I think they've just got more work to do here than what they would have liked on the T side. I don't think it's impossible for them to come back though. You know, down 5-10 going onto the T side of this map, a storied map for them. Team NKT need to finish off the job. It's going to be aggression down middle coming through from the CT side right now. Jamyoung has spotted them all. He has got some support, and eventually it's going to be a flurry of frags that comes through for 5yclone. It was a little bit concerning there initially. Jamyoung looked very uncomfortable.
Indeed, but they get away with it. Kaze gets away with it as well, just 7 HP. That is no worries in the end. Cast. Looking to at least get some cash on the force buy. Already that 1 kill gets him $600 and he's dinked Jamyoung there. I think he'll know he's done that. Worried about CT. That is a low HP, of course, of Mercury, but that was such long range that I think even another dink would have been hard pressed to finish him off. I think he only hit a body shot there in that first swing. So no worries for 5yclone, and already 10-5 turns into 10-7. That will turn into 10-8. It really is just anyone's game again now, and you maybe would actually favour 5yclone on, as I said, what is arguably a favoured T side these days, and a map which they're pretty tactically astute on, you could say. Astute for some reason. Astute was the first word that came to mind. That is not a word I've ever used in a cast before, but it works.
I like that word. Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like a bit of a buzzword. It's a nice word. It's got like a good ring to it. You know, it's unique. Either way, it's going to be a flash play towards the top of Banana coming through. Don't mind it from NKT trying something different here in their eco, but they get completely cleaned up. Good protocols in play from 5yclone. Anti-flash position being taken up there. Easy cleanup. All 5 players stay alive. Big boost to their economy here after very successful anti-force buy and anti-eco rounds coming through from the T side as we head into this first gun round. If they win this gun round here, Trav, then 5yclone are really cooking on their T side at that point.
For sure. And it's a sort of map, Inferno in general, is that I really think that the teams who are good on it, they know how to expose the CT side. They know how to make it just impossible for any retakes to come through. They know how to make it almost a clean sweep, because if a T plays T side Inferno correctly, if the group of them, of course, if the team plays T side Inferno correctly, then there actually is nothing a CT side can do, and that's just the fact of the matter. And look at that. Poor Zine. He's playing anti, and just completely dry swung by Mercury, completely unexpectedly. This is a good defense so far, though. Gratisfaction with one, Bentet with the other. The two, let's say, most well-known stars on this roster trying to step up for NKT. Gratisfaction still dancing around default, but now he's being pressured by Kaze. That forces Gratisfaction away. He plays actually the perfect angle to try and deal with Kaze, but he misses his shot. Now Bentet actually the one to deliver. Spots Kaze. This is Brilliant positioning from Bentet. Now it's only Jam Young left. He's going to be mollied off as well. USB comes out.
Wow.
That Molotov actually doesn't reach him, so it gives Jam Young a chance to stay alive, and he's doing more work right now. Hang on a second. Urkas spotted. Oh, close, but no cigar for Jam Young. But you have to say, Bentet won that round for NKT.
Oh, absolutely. Mammoth defense coming through from Bentent there. As you say, the positioning was sublime. That was a really huge individual play coming through, because if he doesn't do all that work, even if he gets 1 kill less, probably the round for 5yclone. So monumental effort coming through from Bentent. 5yclone going to be able to afford another investment. They've got the Orpion cars there. Lose this next round though. Then I start to fear the worst here for 5yclone on Inferno.
Yeah. Nice to see Greatest Faction very willing to take the opening duels for bottom banana. Last 2 rounds, he actually has gone for those. That's what you have to do. You can't let the T side execute on you. You can't sit back and let them dictate, because that's just freebies then for the offense. That was a really brilliant hold from Bentet in that previous round.
Alright, well, let's see how the defense is going to happen here over towards B. Now you've got Zeralt and Urcast working in tandem. Mosier looking to try and clear out first oranges. He clears Urcast off his head as well. Great opening frag. Crosshair placement perfect. Pathing on point as well. Zeralt really wants to force the issue to try and obstruct the bomb plant, but it's not going to happen. And if you're NKT, you just head for the heals here in the 4v5. Just save your guns.
Yeah, that is the way you have to do it. Look at this lurk though. Look at the map right now. Hang on. I was going to say, Mercury had a good chance to catch off some of these saving players, but spotted by Zine. No worries. So they will be able to save in this 4v4. Greatest Faction just holding for some exits to try and maybe keep the economy honest on 5yclone. It does make sense, and it's the right thing to do. But they're going to exit through Banana, so they're going to be safe. No problem. You said NKT there? Your South African accent really came out at the end of that.
Oh, yeah?
You went NKT or something.
NKT?
Yeah, that's it. That was brilliant. I love that.
It actually happens quite often. Sometimes with the A sound is very R, you know, in some pronunciations as well.
Yeah, true.
Urcast, I don't know. I think some
okay.
casts are Urcast, maybe.
Yeah, fair enough.
Either way.
I don't know.
Gratis faction? No. that doesn't sound great actually in practice, either way.
Gratata.
Gratata. I like that one. Gratata Thunberg.
Nice.
He's the warrior of the environment on the server right now.
Well, let's see if he can clean up Inferno any more than he has been doing. 11-15. Not amazing, but he's had some impactful rounds already. That's it. Maybe it's like slightly deceiving KD. I would say at least 6 of those kills were hugely impactful. Zeralt. On Coffin. 5yclone looking like they want to maybe go for an early burst again, but they just took it and waited. The bomb's still bottom banana on T-steps waiting, so they haven't made their call just yet. Greatest Faction. Now I'll have a look toward mid. Mercury, the standoff. They're all grouped up right now. Inferno can feel a bit clumsy sometimes like that when you're all on top of each other.
Yeah, true.
But they're all in their correct roles right now. All got their utility primed. Looking to make a decision.
Comes down to composure. Got to be able to keep your structure in those situations where everyone's kind of tripping over one another. And after feigning presence over towards middle, they're going to gravitate back towards B. They only have 1 smoke grenade left here on this T side right now. Zeralt has deployed his smoke as well. They're going to go through this though. Thankfully for the T side, they've gotten ahead of the smoke, but they can't get ahead of Urcast. He'll find one. Zeralt gets a kill of his own, but the trades are on point for 5yclone. They do take quite a lot of damage in the process of getting those trades though. So the 3 versus 3 retake is very doable here for Team NKT. It's just about whether they want to even feel this one out or not. And it does look like they're going to start to head in that direction. Advent on a nice angle, off angle. Now Bates and Jamyoung, because Bentek wants to force the trade onto Advent, and that's when Jamyoung steps out.
Yeah, that's exactly how it should work. That's the perfect ruin setup. Another reason why it's so impossible to retake on this map, because those extra positions can be so hard to deal with. Greatest Faction tries it. I actually do believe he picked up... Did he pick up the kit? Oh, the kits are dropped near ruins. Never mind, I don't think he picked up that kit. So I don't think he would have had a chance anyway. But fair play to him. He gave it a go. But this is the domination of 5yclone on T side that we kind of expected, I think. When NKT are struggling. And that, as you say, that 3v3 was very doable. They had an incendiary, they had a smoke, they had kits to play with, but they lost both. And Bentech could only get that one for that trade, as you say. With the player hiding, came straight into the action. Hang on a second, look at this. I like this. A deeper boost for Bentech. Looks at the information. Just about spots a player, but can't connect anything, unfortunately. Good nade.
Nade does, though. 35 damage, decent damage done. Apparently, Trav, now I can't confirm, but according to my sources, it was Gritata Thunberg that advocated for chickens to have rights in Counter-Strike 2, and that's why they're now able to swim.
True, they are able to swim.
Yeah. That was Gritata Thunberg there doing work.
I have been very fortunate to press E on the chickens in CS2 and lead them into the water, and they can swim excellently.
Listen, I'm glad they've incorporated into the game. You know, they're just taking Counter-Strike to the next level. It's not about movement or hit reg or, you know, smooth. The chickens can swim. Are 5yclone about to sink? I mean, they're walking straight into a stack right now. CZ's gonna get a kill. Zerolt's left in a 1v2, considering this was an eco round for NKT. They've got themselves into a very winnable position, but okay. There we go. Threat extinguished.
He had a kit as well, so he actually didn't need to maybe rush into that as much as he did. He could perhaps maybe have isolated one and give them a chance to play in a 1v1, but he went for it straight away and unfortunately caught player mid-jump, which makes it just awkward to hit. But yeah, lots of damage done. As you say, the classic CT half-wall boost with the M4. The CZ of Urcast did really well to tap away at one. That is probably the hardest thing to do in the game. Tap away mid-range with the CZ. It's not an accurate weapon at that range whatsoever. So get any kill from that sort of situation with a decent effort.
Probably doesn't have access to a 5.7, or he just loves his fuchsia skin too much on his CZ or something. I don't know why.
True.
You know why you wouldn't have the 5.7 equipped instead.
I don't know.
It is a nice skin though. That CZ fuchsia, I think it's called.
It's very nice. Yeah. I don't know if it was a fuchsia or the Tacticat. I couldn't see. There was two different ones.
Okay.
I've forgotten now. I did not pay attention to that. But yeah, of course, CS2.
Well, what
we'll
are you
have a
even
chance
doing
to...
here, Trav?
Sorry?
Not looking at the skins. What are you even doing?
Yeah, I know.
Not concentrating on the skins. Look at this case hardened. It's a blue gem. You were saying about Counter-Strike 2.
There you go. Look at Advent. That is a sexy AK, indeed. That as I say, some of the Chinese professionals do have just nuts inventories. It's crazy.
Man, they're balling.
Yeah,
I want to be friends with those guys.
exactly. 5v4 for 5yclone. That honestly was off the back of an Advent dry peek top banana onto site, which is very unusual for Advent himself to step up with that sort of thing. He's not one known for his numbers. He's known for his brains. And in the end, he will get taken down. Zine through the smoke. There are players in position here. Urcast can shoot through this smoke at any time he wants. Molotov will force him forward slightly. One will go down. Another 4v4. Another chance for NKT to recover this. Again, they have that one kit on Urcast, and they've got decent utility again in this situation. But even though they have those things going their way, it's always so hard to retake. And when Kaze's in position, he's up to 21 and 13 now, looking to deliver ever more. NKT continuing to go for these retakes. Nades coming through. Zine looking for kills. Can't find any until he finds Mosier, but time is now really against him. He finds two, but in comes the banana player in Jam Young. It's all down to Gratisfaction, and that kit needs to be picked up right now. He has not got it. He has now finally got it, but there's no time for the defuse, even with that kit.
Bye.
Lovely shot on Jam Young, and he actually survives to the bomb on 6 HP. You lucky boy.
Okay, I mean, I do want to say, despite the fact that NKT have lost that retake, they're just based for going for the retake in the first place.
That is based.
Can more teams just play like these guys on the CT side, please? 4v4, having a crack at the retake. Look how close they came. I mean, they got all the kills. He was, you know, a second or two away from having enough time to complete the defuse. It was an incredibly tight line there. Great effort from NKT. Sure, now they have to eco, so it's a bit unfortunate. At least he's able to bring this orb through. Can he find a way to win the round with the orb? He's going to have to go absolutely huge, meteoric in this round here. If he's going to win it for his team.
Indeed. Interesting that NKT clearly are CZ merchants, because they've got 3 equipped on the CT side this time. I'm sure in CS2, maybe they're going to be one of the teams to have the 5-7 and the CZ on their loadout. I have that, actually. I've chosen that. I've
Maybe,
forgone the PT50 on CT side. I'm not on T side only.
What?
Yeah.
You've foregone the P250 on the CT side?
Because T
You
side...
clearly don't AWP very much, Trav.
True. But yeah,
Is that
on
right?
T-side,
Is that accurate?
I AWP sometimes, but then I just pick the 5-7
Okay.
because it's so good.
Okay. Alright, fair enough.
But yeah, this is a bit of a stack going on here, so I'll get back to my point in a moment. Gratisfaction is
Okay.
in position. AWP looking to peek. Oh, and it's the lineup! Of course it is. Great trade from Mercury, but Gratisfaction has more chance to do more work, thankfully. 5yclone don't choose just to barrel through that smoke. Oh, surely Urkas is spotted there. Mercury, I think, may have seen him, but that's just a guess in the end. I think he would have sprayed more if he had seen him. Gratisfaction looking to do some more shotgun AWPing behind the smoke.
Oh,
Cyclone
no.
are playing the smoke fade right now. Advent goes for the peak. Oh, Gratisfaction caught out again, but now he's ahead of the Molotov and ahead of this smoke. Does he have a flash support? He might do, and he goes, gets another one. Gratisfaction, hello. And now Urkast is still hiding on the back of the site. Are they going to check him? Advent's looking for him, but he gets taken down. Now the time really is an issue. Mercury 1v3. He finally finishes off that kill, but Bentek will not allow him to plant. I'm convinced of it. 4 seconds. Tap comes through. Gets one. Does he look for the Blunter player? 2. Oh, so close. But Zine looked at the clock, strafed away, and won the round via timeout. But that was a real nice try for Mercury.
My god, I mean it was, but that was an eco round win for NKT, almost
True.
entirely thanks to Gratisfaction. Huge impact out of him with that AWP getting the collateral, and I love that he was keen to make a move and take initiative, get himself into the front lines with the AWP, not just sitting back and hoping that they run in towards him. That's a match winner right there for you.
That was a sick round. Really enjoyed that one.
Look at what it's done to the money of Cyclone.
Yeah. Rough situation now. And surprisingly so, too. So much damage has been done over time. Of course, that round, Gratisfaction got all the kills, but didn't win. That round, previous round, he got 3. In the end, he was the hero. The collateral being the most sexy moment of it. Zine's strafe is what secured it, though, in the end. Thankfully, his movement is still up to scratch. If he got caught on that wall, that was round over.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
In the end, it was round
Thought
over
for a moment a
5yclone.
stray bullet could connect. It is indeed.
Anyone's game now.
It is
I
exactly
really
that.
felt
Whoever
like
loses this
5yclone
round
were
gets
sort of building
reset.
up, right? I really thought they were building up to really take serious control. Now NKT,
Yeah.
that one round has really bolstered them again.
Yeah, whoever loses this is going to have to eco in the next round. Looks like Cyclone just going to go for a big execute in towards this B bomb side. Ute all over the top. There are 2 players here from the CT side. They're throwing incendiary, but Mosier has gone straight through. That means forced Zion off the boost. That's a really little bit of small detail with some high impact. Urkas spraying through the smoke won't be able to deny the bomb plant. So now the pressure has shifted onto NKT. Jamyoung inflicts more damage. It looks like they're going to have a crack at the retake here again. All 10 players alive on the server.
That's always the crazy things about these situations on Inferno. Molotov, that should force Kaze wide, but it's not spreading yet. It's spreading now, but he stands tall for the kill still. Finally, he's forced into the open, and Bentek will remove him. 3v3, again, Kit's in play, but Mosier doing good work from Paul. Quick trade. 2v2, now 2v1. It's all Advent. He tries to shift forward because the bomb is not planted for him, and that is what causes him to have to move. And Gratisfaction eats those up every day of the week. NKT back in the lead, 13-12. Bomb plant keeps 5yclone's money at an okay level. They might choose to go for a hero AK. Advent could drop one. But other than that, they should be on a half buy.
Another successful retake for NKT on that B bomb side. Sometimes you'd see teams falling back in a situation like that and committing to the save. Not these guys because they're Giga Chads. Great
Love the
retake, man.
retakes.
Yeah, they've got really good coordination. Everybody knows exactly what's required of them, where they're covering, the util that's being thrown, the pathing they're taking, what's expected out of them in the retake, right? It's not like 5 players all doing their own thing and it works out. It's a unit working together.
Yeah, and talking of a unit, they have all decided to buy as a unit in this round. I mean, it's fair enough. They can get all 5 on rifles. Galils are very good. Zeralt got a lot of pressure coming his way. Incendio is at a good timing. That smoke comes in, puts it out at the worst possible time, and Urkas trying to play with it is caught off by Jamyoung. And now, in this situation, when you are man down, if NKT go for this one, they look like they're gravitating toward the site. I'm very surprised. Maybe I'm just corrupted by how many saves we see by teams like VP, for example. But I'd say VP would be running away here instantly. At all.
Maybe there's a case for it. Yeah, the 2 remaining players. Well, I mean, they only get $1,400 when they lose here. If I'm not mistaken, they don't have any counter round loss bonus behind them.
We'll see in a minute. If they get 1,400, then Bentek can drop a FAMAS. That's it. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's no one gets excited about that. No one says, okay, it's a bit more than that. I was going to say, no one gets excited about being dropped a FAMAS. No one says, hey man, you drop me a gun. He's like, yeah, I can. I'm going to drop you a FAMAS. And he's like, oh my god, yeah, FAMAS, thanks, bro.
Yeah, no one said that in human history, to be fair.
No, exactly.
But you had 2,400, so no worries. 2,400 lost
no FAMASs. Okay, so I can calm down. All right. 13 all. What a game here on Inferno.
Yeah, this is sick. This is a great game. Particularly enjoying this one. This is the debut of Season 46 of Challenger League in the Asia region. And it's delivering at the moment. Plenty of quality teams, of course, in this region. Mongols, for example, are going to be playing. Atox, who have got quite a lot of the, I wouldn't say leftover even, Mongolian players. Just a lot of pure talent on that team. It'd be hard to face. So keep an eye on how this bracket turns out in the end. Redis faction is going to be forced back to the site. And Ben proving once again to be the man to go in first. But Zine, that's the sort of play you need to do to catch him off guard. And oh my goodness, Mercury has no clue what's going on.
Wow.
The silencer perhaps completely caught him off guard there. No idea where his teammate was getting shot from. And Jamyoung, of course, is very stuck 1v5. Lovely round from NKT. Flawless. And that bolsters them into a great chance at taking their map pick. A map pick which, of course, we know X-Rare Atom / 5yclone love so much.
Yeah, and I guess you could almost say bit of a win condition here for NKT to win on Inferno going into Nuke as the next map. Losing here and having to try and fight back on Nuke would be a very difficult prospect for them, but hey, they're looking solid, man. Win this round and you pretty much wrap up Inferno as well, because then it's 15-13 without any money in the bank for the T side. Look at Zine forcing his way down middle right now. He's going to catch Kaze off guard. The silencer means that Advent takes an extra second to respond, but in the meantime, Mercury, he's just taking names all by himself, charging up Banana, 2 kills. 5yclone should win the round, although Bentek, can he drop the bomb carrier? I love the fact that they force the issue right now. They know that this is pretty much the only way for them to win the round. But NKT won't be able to get the kills in time.
My god, Grandfather's making so much noise, but he doesn't give a damn. This AK's got 1 bullet in it. There we go. Oh my goodness. I have to say, I agree. I love the aggression from NKT. This is really an entertaining Inferno, and we don't say that too often in the S tiers. Incendiary toward quad. Flash over the top. Can he isolate this one duel? He can. Jamyoung gets caught off. Does he expect CT? He does not. Mercury charges through to insta-trade. No hesitation on that one. We've got a guaranteed round 30.
By the way, Mercury came into this T side with 6 kills to his name, so he's gotten 13 frags in this half so far. Kaze has cooled off completely coming from the CT into the T side, so at least Mercury's been able to pick up some of the slack. And Trav, whoever wins this round goes up 15-14, and their opponents have next to no money in that 30th round. So it's not this round that matters, excuse me, it's not the next round that matters the most, it's the 29th. This is pretty much the round for the game.
Pretty much. We all know Force Spice can be so powerful on Inferno and in general, to be honest, but yeah, it's money really is a big issue. If 5yclone charge their way into a site and take it, then NKT will definitely be looking to get that save done. To have a chance in round 30. Fascinating game. And this is only the first map of it. We've still got Nuke to come after, and perhaps even an Ancient Decider as well if we need it. Control toward mid. 4 or 5yclone. Zine will try and pop himself through that smoke again to regain some vision of that portion of the map. Gratisfaction's had a lot of impact on CT side. To try and do some more work toward Banana once again. But now they know where Gratisfaction is posted up. They're going to try and avoid him entirely. They've left Banana immediately straight back toward A. And they're going to go up really fast here. 50 seconds to go. Urkas timing on this one. Spots out Mercury. Now the dance toward Arch is on. Zine gets 2 in the meantime though. And steps up with a 3rd. Wow, Zine. What a hold. That is critical. And Mercury is left wondering how on earth his teammates have all died to one man.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, have we actually seen a successful round from 5yclone towards A in this half so far?
I think so.
I don't think we've seen one. I think every round they've won in this half, they've ended up either towards the B bomb side or they've gotten the kills before they've had to decide.
It was early half they had some plays toward A, but not late half, not mid-late half.
Okay.
Sure.
Feels like it's really crumbled towards the later stages of this half here every time they've gone over towards A. And normally to an individual popping off, we've seen Zine do it twice now. We saw Bentet do it as well. 15-14. NKT have 1 map point share on their map pick. And 5yclone's buy looks abominable. It's just upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility as well. And if they lose this, it's 16-14.
Oh, information being looked for by Zine. That was a great help from Zine in that previous round. I mentioned, of course, he's known from his MVP project days, the South Korean team. Glow and Solo were on. I remember watching those back in 2017, 2016. In these sort of lower leagues, and of course occasionally qualify for those big S2 events dotted around their careers. Zine's still around, still performing against a good team at a good level. 5yclone looking for OT with just the pistols. Tech 9's Zeralt, that's a fantastic spray through the smoke. Damnung removed, they're going to try and push him and take him down, but he's stepping up brilliantly, and Urkas can peek off the back of it. Dink comes through. Urkas gets taken down. Still a 2v3. It's vaguely doable. But they haven't managed to pick up any of the guns they've taken down. That's the biggest problem.
Oh, Zine. Okay.
Oh, that's a risky one. Gratisfaction will now see them as well. But the bomb's dropped in Arch, so I think they should be safe on this. 30 seconds to somehow pick this bomb up. And in comes Bentet. He gets 1, but not 2. Gratisfaction peaks on the perfect timing. The insta Peter 51 tap. And NKT, in incredibly entertaining fashion, take their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, what a class performance in the 16-14. It felt like NKT were in control the entire time. Maybe there was a brief period in the second half where 5yclone started to really, make it a tight affair. But that was great. I was very impressed from NKT. Just, consistent across the board throughout the whole map, whereas it felt like 5yclone were way more sporadic.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how I feel about it too. I mean, once they brought it back to, I believe it was 12-all, or 12-11 actually. Yes. I was really confident in 5yclone closing out that game. But then that really big round that was won by Gratisfaction, of course, with the triple kill with the AWP, and then with Zine strafing away toward Banana to win that via timeout. That was such a critical round to keep NKT sort of above board, above water. So great to see from them, and that means that I'm actually very confident we could see all 3 maps in this series. But we'll see. Nuke is up next, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so for that one. Don't go anywhere. An incredibly entertaining Inferno between NKT and 5yclone, the ex-Rare Atom boys. NKT take it 16-14, and now 5yclone need to step up on their map pick of Nuke to try and take us to Ancient. Can they do so?
Well, they have to, Trav. They have to take us to the decider, otherwise they lose 2-0, which would have been a completely unexpected result coming into this game. Urcast, first one to take a bit of contact, forced back through the smoke though. 5yclone assume full control of the A bomb site, good util usage, good execute. Now, it's the second phase of the round. The post plant, Bentet wants to force the issue while they plant the bomb. Flash is great from Gratisfaction, but then it's a quick succession of kills for the T side.
I can relate to that from Bentet very much. You drop into someone from heaven, and then you're like, okay, I can't bother to just wait for a headshot. I'm going to spam him down, but of course, leaves you completely exposed to the second and third players with no bullets in the clip left. Zynon's ult. Looking for kills at this point. They haven't got the kit picked up. They just want some bits and pieces. There you go. Zeralt gets himself. Uh-oh, they both had the bullets at the same time. In comes a knife. They actually get every single one of them to end off. So that's decent for their money. They both will survive. They keep the Kevlars. So this force buy actually might be pretty strong. They could just drop 2 FAMASs here. I mean, why not? It's the best thing they can get. And they could easily make this following force buy not too bad. I say drop one. They're going to just buy one each of themselves. They had a 2650. They can do so. This force buy is going to have some teeth. Some tooth. Some bite.
Yeah, it will. Some venom.
Yeah. Some snake bites, maybe. Some spider bites, Hayes, maybe.
Well, I mean, we've got Gratisfaction, who's from New Zealand. Now, that's close to Australia, and everybody knows the animals in Australia are second to none.
True.
I've literally heard of players, like, refusing to go to events in Australia because of what they've heard.
Yes. It is a bit spooky. I've heard stories. I've also heard stories about that lobby crunch, and that lobby crunch with the 2 FAMASs, actually. Both of them, the 2 main guns in this buy, this force buy, only get 1 from the 2 duels, so...
Not the most tasty lobby crunch, Trav.
No. Not my choice of breakfast cereal this time. Oh,
that's a nice shot there from Mercury.
That should be round done now.
I was saying on Inferno, it did feel like that was a must-win map for NKT here in the series, knowing that Nuke was going to be the second map of the series. The map of the pick of 5yclone, a map historically they've looked so good on. You know, we were singing their praises on Inferno as well, and NKT still got across the line, but that was the map that NKT have been working very hard on, a map that they've kind of built into their identity as Inferno. So, makes sense that we're able to put up a competitive performance. Now, we're on Nuke. This is going to be a different ball game. How much work have NKT done is the question. I mean, they've been together for a while, right? They've had this group of 5 players for at least 4 months.
The thing is, though, it's difficult for a team like NKT to really play much in World CS other than this Challenger League season, which of course is a regional based system anyway, which is a shame because obviously we know the quality that Gratisfaction and Bentet can show in World CS from the teams that are on, of course, previously. 100 Thieves, Renegades, there's Extremum as well, if you remember Extremum, almost qualified for a major, became very close, never did. That was the IM full armor, I think, those tiebreakers that were in play back in the day.
Yeah, and what speaks volumes as to what you were saying there about how they just haven't played much Counter-Strike is since Zeralt and Gratisfaction joined the team 4 months ago, they've only played a total of 23 maps on HLTV. Obviously, a few games probably not on HLTV that wouldn't have featured, but still, like
today,
yeah, but there aren't many. 23 maps in 4 months. I mean, you find some teams in Europe and South America that are churning out 23 maps a week.
Thing is, that is not wrong. South America, of course, have so many tournaments to play in.
I mean, think about Nexus. Do you remember, I mean, how many maps Nexus have played?
I remember there was a beginning of the year where Fours had the most maps played in all of CS, like at the beginning of the year. This is if this little buy here is actually working out pretty well, by the way. And this actually wasn't even NKT's investment. just to
Yeah.
confirm. This is completely fallen
Been
apart.
rambling on here. Okay.
And it's gone. There we go. It's weird, isn't it, how it can happen? We're thinking, okay, this is their eco. They've got a few guns saved from the previous round. They got a deagle. They have maybe one gun. But other than that, we didn't think they had much chance. But 5yclone kind of just went in a little bit one by one, but a little bit messy. The split wasn't well timed. We could see it, right? And they got caught off by the NKT player leaping up the vents as well. So, yeah, nothing worked for them in that one.
It's one of those rounds you've won in your mind before you've actually won it on the server for 5yclone. So that's a big blunder for them. And Team NKT get on the board in unlikely fashion. Just to cap off what I was saying earlier, by the way, Nexus have played 265 maps this year so far.
There you go.
So in 8 months, 265.
Terrifying numbers.
That's averaging 33 maps a month.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, that previous buy, right, they had the FAMAS and the Galil saved, sure, but you'd still, even with a few pistols surrounding it, you'd have to want to overcome a round like that if you're 5yclone, especially considering there wasn't much Kevlar involved on those pistol players. There's only the Kevlar on Gratisfaction and Bentet, so yeah, it's a big round for them to win. It bolsters their economy, of course, as well, especially on Grat and Zeralt. You went on a half buy, we all know what that does. You stay alive. So yeah, pretty impactful. Obviously, it means that 5yclone now had no chance to build up their money, so they're low economy too. Jamyang on the Tech 9 in this round. Bentet holding the very close squeaky door angle. He does get his 1 and 4 back, and he's got Rafter support as well. He's going to drop to the site, and the lineup. Oh my goodness, that's a messy swing from 5yclone. I think they're almost concerned about shooting each other there for a second. Just gave Bentet more work to do. 3 kills.
Exactly. That's what just obstructed it and gave Bentet that extra second, right? Jamyang doesn't find favorable timing just yet on Gratisfaction. Will be able to track and trace him, though, through Hudson towards A. He just keeps kind of spotting glimpses of players. Picks up the M4. Oh, man. 10 seconds left, Jamyang. You don't want to die after the timer. Oh, such a laborious spray. He walks away from the round with nothing.
That one hurts. That one hurts. He didn't have any bullets left on the M4. And if he had maybe 3 more, probably would have completed that kill. But it wouldn't have changed much in the course of that round. And suddenly, NKT, again, I mean, it was only early game, but sometimes it does feel sudden like that. With that eco win. Again, they only had a Deagle and a CZ to go along with that Galil and FAMAS in that round they won. They confirm it here, and it puts 5yclone down to that eco. Full eco as well. Blocks in play.
Oh.
Okay.
They ran through the molly towards outside.
Caught in the open, yeah. Through that molly. Gratisfaction wasn't expecting it.
Exactly that, and that's why I love that little decision there to just push through the molly. I think Grat was the one who threw the molly, and that's why he felt so safe taking that fight with the silo players. So, nice little bit of ingenuity there from 5yclone to secure themselves a kill in the full eco.
Indeed, indeed. Full eco was a nice fast one as well. We didn't have much time to ramble this time. I was going to mention about how Flusher is officially retired, which is sad.
Yeah,
But
it is. You know, I cast a huge amount of eyeballers, so that's something I'm going to miss a lot,
Same here.
is him not featuring in that team.
Same here. Flusher, one of the greatest players in global offensive history, just from achievement standpoint in general as well. Sad to see him hang up the mouse, but I'm sure he's not going to be disappearing from the scene. So
Yeah, I think you could make a case for him being the iciest player out of CS's entire history.
yeah, Senor Vac.
Maybe that's a conversation we can get into, because there's a bit of a round unfolding here, an important gun round as 5yclone are looking to try and answer back and level up the scoreline once again. They have lost Jamyang early on. Minute 10 seconds on the clock here. Mercury gets himself in secrets. They do have some sort of positional control to work with, but no obvious options from here to convert this into a round win. So let's see how they go about their business.
All they've done is just go back to lobby, basically, and maybe prepare for event dive, because they've got Mercury in secret. He's gone all the way through, so you would say, logically, to go down the vents to join him would be the correct idea. Design is going to try and stop that from happening. That Molotov, though, oh, it spread and tagged him down to 1 HP. That is so fortunate. But look at the damage they've taken from going down the vent themselves. Mosier 2, Advent 18. Urkas is here. Needs to connect one bullet to Advent. He does, but it was through the wall. So he stays alive. Kaze's on 6 HP now. But they've got the bomb down on B. This damage is unbelievable. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players across both teams. Under 10 health, basically. Ridiculous. Urkas goes aggressive to try and take him down.
There's the other.
Surely the low HP will come into play. And now it is the 2 low HP players. 8 combined. They've got the fuse kits in place. Surely NKT can take this. Faction goes for the rifle instead. He's being spammed down. Eventually gets the kill. But Mosier can play time here. He's somehow avoided Faction, but eventually he takes him down. Wild, wacky, chaotic. That's what we love about the Asia region of ESL Challenger League. And NKT will take that one to go up 4-2.
Great attempt from 5yclone, considering how ridiculously low 3 of their 4 individuals were. 2 of those guys got the opening kills, by the way, there to try and thwart the retake, but unfortunately, ultimately in vain. As the round will go the way of NKT, it's going to have to be a bit of a half buy here from 5yclone. Couple upgraded pistols, a lot of utility, which I like to see. They know they've got that round loss bonus behind them and the bomb plants as well. But that's 4 rounds in a row here for NKT. They're leading the series 1-0 right now, and they're showing us that they have what it takes to be competitive here on Nuke.
Yep.
I mean, there's a game in our hands right now.
Absolutely. And I said earlier, like, we know where Atom love a bit of, or XR Atom love a bit of Inferno. They also did love Nuke as well. And they played it in Pro League a lot of the time. But hang on a second. This pistol execute. Those flashes are superb. Zion's just screwed there. He can't do anything about that. Faction goes aggressive. Finds one. He's getting spammed down so much. And eventually Advent takes him. Yeah, no way of getting away on that one. Thankfully, Zeralt does find Jamyoung. There's still a chance in this round, but oh, Bentek's going to get caught in the back by Mosier. He tried to sneak his way in, slip his way through the gap. He was not a certified gap slipper on this occasion. Zeralt looking to get some damage done, does find Mosier, does do damage toward Advent, and the last 2 players are only on those pistols still, but Advent hits another with the Tech 9, and Zeralt's 32 health. The Force Buy comes back to bite NKT. And now maybe it's about 1 each, I would guess, I would say, on the Force Buys now. It's 1 all force on the Force Buy count. 5yclone get 1 in their books.
Yeah, I suppose that does kind of level it out, you're right. Lovely strategy there, great execute from 5yclone. It's a strat that you just need to have in your playbook on the T side of Nuke, right? In those sorts of rounds where you don't have much going for you economically. So you've got the utility and it's just a massive burst with the upgraded pistols and armor in towards A. You can do it in your gun rounds as well. But you just need that pocket rocket strat. So that is going to be 4-3. 5yclone draw within 1, and if they can win this round yet to level it up, they break the CT economy in the process. So a big opportunity presents itself right now for 5yclone as they look to try and make moves outside early on in the round.
Oh, great pick, and they're, as you say, making moves. Already so deep outside, deep toward garage, deep past the mouth of the A site. Past main. And that's what catches out Urkas and Zeralt. Jamyoung's frag there, very impactful. We got to even it up at 4 apiece with Bentek. He's coming up the ladder. He's surely screwed. He very much is. And Zion is even going to try and trade that one. He knows exactly where Mosier is. Should get the kill. Waiting for him to hop his way off the ladder, but now he's last alive. Jamyoung got himself another entry in the meantime. So Zion will be looking to save. And yeah, I mean, this was a good map, and not a bad map at all. For XR Atom, 5yclone, they played it a hell of a lot. In their big events too, their appearance in Pro League, they played it against Liquid, Navi, and ENCE. And even though they got kind of destroyed by Liquid and Navi, 16-7, 16-4, they got 12 rounds of ENCE on Nuke, which not too bad at all. So yeah,
absolutely not.
Have history.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a result to be proud of. ENCE have been looking red hot recently. Obviously, I mean, when exactly was that game?
That was Pro League 2017.
Okay,
so last season.
What, two months ago?
Yeah, last season of Pro League for sure.
All right. Well, scoreline leveled up. 5yclone starting to breathe some life back into their T side, just stringing consecutive rounds together. Nice approach, moving with pace towards outside, just smothering the defense. They have broken NKT's money, so now they should be able to get themselves the lead for free. Have seen them sort of slip up in a round like this, but I think there was a bit more at NKT's disposal that time round compared to this one, just the M4.
Yeah, it was Galil, Famas, CZ, Eagle last time. Look at this. Advent doesn't give a damn. He's not even giving up a gun in this situation, just rushing in with the Tech 9 without a care in the world. And why not? You're up against a buy like this. Here's the IGL after all. Goes in first for his team. And he's been hitting these entries so far as Advent. 8 kills on the board. Top fragging for his team at the moment. So,
Okay.
fine for him at the moment. He's loving life. Got his
Yeah,
faction.
screenshot it, mate.
Peering through the glass. Glass that breaks incredibly sexily on CS2, of course.
Notice how Trav just, you know, manages to plug the fact that he has the game subtly.
Yeah.
Just reminds us.
Yeah.
Us scrubs at the bottom here.
I do that
know.
for you, just so you can remark on it.
just like to rub it in. Oh,
No,
I see. All right.
no. Just so you remark
You're
on
just
it to
giving me
make fun of me. Yeah.
Okay, all right. You just set me up.
I set you up, of course. That's what we do.
Love that. That's true. It's part of the job. But I haven't actually seen that, the breaking of the glass. So
It's
that's nice.
it's beautiful.
Look out for it.
Zine managed to get one as he looks to save the M4, which is good. To keep that, Gratis Faction can buy up his own AWP. There's no reason to worry about that if they want it in play, which I assume they will. There we go. They have a full purchase coming in now. 3 silenced M4s, 1 M4A4.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind a pause here, you know.
Yeah,
I think an NKT
I kind
pause
of
here would
agree.
have been a good idea.
Advent's doing it again, by the way. He's got $6,650 in the bank, and I believe he's going Tech 9 only. And that's because he's just happy to go in first on all these players all the time. There's rather than if the Tech 9 he's feeling confident with, which clearly he is, or has he got a gun? He might have a gun. Is he going back for it? No, he's forgotten
Was
to
he
buy.
getting you?
I think he's forgotten
Okay.
to buy. Yeah.
Wait a second. And Mosier's been reduced. Wait a second. Did
Mosier, what are you
Mosier
doing
not
that
drop
for?
for him? Do you think that's what's happened maybe? Like, he's like, listen, mate.
Maybe.
It's your fault that I don't have a gun right now, so you're gonna give me yours.
That is
Listen, I
a
know if
weird
I had the
scenario.
choice, Mosier would get the AK over Advent, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness. Long range sprayer as well from Zerat. How on earth?
Well, there's the gun.
That's just a bit of a random guess. I know they're crossing, but that was perfect onto Karzane, as you say. Ose should be able to grab that one, but Mercury's already down Secret really deep, and Urkas gets caught off from that. 4v4, 50 seconds, plenty of time still in this situation. Mosier, with that only that Tech 9, finally grabs the AWP, and then he gets pinched from credit card. Advent gets that kill, and then
Oh,
Jam Young just
beautiful.
taps Gratisfaction out of the round. Clean as anything. 4v2.
Like, Gratato in that round. But, yeah, solid out of Cyclone. It's going to be their 4th consecutive round coming through now. Again, outside is just proving to be quite a big headache for NKT right now. They're really struggling to deal with what Cyclone are doing over towards that part of the map. Constantly losing our players. So many layers to that attack as well, right? You know, there's the 2 CTs taking contact from Hell. And they both get peeked from unexpected positions. The first guy dies to the peek from credit card while he's taking a fight elsewhere. And then Gratisfaction wants to trade, and then he gets peeked from Garage.
Exactly. Yeah, and obviously, in general, I'm actually impressed that 5yclone figured that round out, because even a small thing like that in spawn with, you know, Advent not having a gun, switching around, maybe forgetting to buy, whatever it was, we don't know. We're not in the team speak, we're not in the comms. We can only predict or guess. It obviously delayed quite a lot of time, and maybe changed plans ever so slightly, who knows. But yeah, I think they're in a really good place right now. NKT, their money is rough. 5yclone's money, they've got 2 players on quintuple digits. They're rolling in it at the moment. So they're in prime position to get at least an 8-7 in this half, and they'll be unhappy with anything less, I think.
Aggression towards outside. NKT's responses to fight fire with fire. Zine will finish off what he started there. Flash is blinding everybody. Jamyoung still wants to try and maintain some sort of control here Oh, okay. I mean, this round lives and dies with this forward position, although actually looks like Cyclone are happy to fall back. They're going to disengage completely and instead feel out towards ramp. I actually like this response coming through from the T side, trying to avoid that rifle. And we'll get the first player transitioning through, but that kind of sets Zine up.
It does. And he's been doing such great work in these mid rounds for NKT. Previous map as well. He was an excellent anchor on that A site. Won a few critical rounds for his team. He's up to 10 kills in this game already. There's a chance in this one, but Advent's waiting for cast aggression. He's got the bomb so he doesn't give it up. He finds Zine. That's information. Now Jamil and Kaze look to go together toward ramp. 2v2. Zine and Bentek do have the rifles, but a nice hold from Kaze. Only one bullet taken, down to 8 HP, but with the AWP, that doesn't matter too much if he gets posted. Bentek, he's got a good chance, but Kaze's holding that. Reacts well. He went for Jamyoung first. Kaze bailed him out. 2 for Kaze.
Yeah.
7 for 5yclone.
I still like the approach from Bentet in the 1v2, just going balls to the walls. You know, you can't catch your opponents off guard. One guy might have just dropped down with the bomb, and while he was mid-plant, you know, if Bentet catches the other, then he just gets the second frag for free. But Kaze, despite his low health, will cut Bentet down, and that is indeed 4-7. Cyclone in complete control on their CT side, on their T side. 5 rounds in a row here for them. And NKT desperately needs to come online. And that's not how it works.
No. I mean, they tried it. I mean, Gratisfaction's been happy. Like, we saw one of these early rounds, one of those full buy rounds. Gratisfaction pushed toward outside red, the corner box, and held the corner of Silo. Got himself an opening. I think he an aggressive outside again with the AWP. Bested by Jamyoung and Kaze. They rolled down 2. And Kaze has been really stepping up in those last few rounds. But Bentet's in a really interesting position here. 5yclone are looking to retake lobby. And Bentet is through Squeaky Door. A pretty interesting angle. Urcast will fall away from that Molotov. In comes Bentet's play. They check for it though. But plenty of damage done. Kaze so low. Bentet playing with that angle. Finally gets taken down. Ooh. And Jamyoung takes Zine as well. That could have gone south so quickly with Jamyoung on 12 like Kaze. 12 times 2 is 24. But they both survive. Cast 1v3. Utility and Kit. He'll be going for this one, but he's only got 1 kill in this game so far.
Yeah, exactly.
He is struggling.
Gonna have to quadruple his kill count if he's gonna win this round for his team. No chance in hell. Of course, he would know how low both Kaze and Jamyoung are as well. Does he just want to go for a ninja here potentially? No, not gonna happen either.
I wanted it too.
Me too. I thought maybe if he had a smoke, he would consider it.
And actually, famously, as Urcast looks for some exits, does get 2. That's some confidence for him. And a free AWP? Yep, Kaze is miles away, so he will get that free AWP. But, yeah, there was one of those rounds from 5yclone. I think it may have been in Pro League. I can't remember exactly. But they had this, like, insane, like, late round retake of the A site with the bomb down. It was, like, 25 seconds, if not less, on the bomb. Maybe even, like, 15. Yeah, I remember them retaking the A site in a clean, swift fashion and just holding the bomb with a smoke. And it was, you know, so normal for S tier teams to save at that moment. I think, I said I don't remember who it was against. Maybe it was Navi. I'm not sure. They sort of thought they were saving, but they weren't. They got caught off by it. But look at this. Talk about getting caught off. Talk about getting caught off. That's the bomb on the ground. 5yclone just tried to hold W in toward A completely. Immediate into the round with not really much flash support either. Bentet had full vision. They cannot get that bomb back. Mosier tried for it desperately, but he had grey screen coming out that smoke. Couldn't see it. Bentet, good hold.
Great multi-kill coming through from Bentet, and they've been able to lock down the C4 as well. So now it becomes a recovery mission for Cyclone. Should be next to impossible. I mean, they've got more than enough money to just have a crack at this, though. Roll the dice and see if they can make anything happen. Has shots on the... taps through the smoke. Bentet racks up another. Jamyoung goes down here to the garage player, just walks into Zerolt's crosshair. He'll snap up that free frag. And that's a great response. I mean, NKT didn't have to do a huge amount in this round. Just kind of lock down the defense. And Kaze at least is able to eventually trade out his teammates as he takes down Bentet. The bait, though, will work out perfectly. Kaze doesn't expect Gratisfaction to be in the hut. And I don't really mind the option from Cyclone all that much, though, Trav. You know, I think I think going for that fast A play, they've just won 6 rounds in a row. They know that
Yeah.
NKT's backs are against the walls. They're feeling the pressure. So you want to try something aggressive in that moment.
Fair enough. Those upping the pace like that, it does occasionally work for you. Very often work for a team like 5yclone. They're incredibly talented on those fast flicky entries. Like from Mercury, Mosier, and Jamyoung. That core of talent. Some of the biggest games. Yes, all Mercury. That's almost a bait there. I'm not sure if they had really much information that they were down secret so quickly, but it's almost an inadvertent bait with Zion hopping into the vents. Gratisfaction will hold for Jamyoung's aggression outside too. 5v3 early doors.
This is just NKT looking to salvage the half, right? They were down 8-4. If they can win the last 3 rounds, 8-7, I'd say that's a successful recovery, all things considered. You know, they get themselves into a competitive position at that point going into the T side. Despite the fact that there's such a big advantage in the round, NKT still want to continue to make moves, and you could certainly make a case for that being a bit unnecessary from Zeralt as he goes down to Kaze. It's going to create a little bit of space here for the T side to work with towards outside as well.
Coming over, they will pop into A. Only a bit of a fake right now because all of 5yclone are running together outside and running without smokes as well. Is it spotted by Urcast? We'll definitely be seeing Kaze. There's some information. He sees Kaze try to cross, but they have the inkling that it is the AWPer, so he's not going to just face that straight up. Molotov in the vent to stop any rotations, but Gratisfaction is already here. 8 seconds to get this bomb planted. It should be able to do it, and Advent is really bailing out his teammates right now. Holding off every rotation. This is some great work from Advent, the IGL. He's playing really well in this map of Nuke. It's Zion and Bentet versus Kaze and Advent. 2v2. Zion could just actually hold this defuse. Kaze and Advent have not gone into a very fanciful position. That nade actually should finish off Kaze. He's gone. They can just hold this bomb here. They absolutely should hold this bomb. But they're in the open. Surely Bentet realizes he can do that now. And this is round done. 3, 2, and 1. Defuse in action. And Advent, even though he kills him with a lovely 4th of the round. Unfortunately, that plant position, which they were forced into, cost them the round.
Advent's looking snappy, man. His individual level is looking really good here on Nuke right now. He's top of the server with 14 kills. Unfortunately, his efforts in vain in that round. And like you say, just some peculiar decisions as to the post-plant positions they take up there. They could have planted reverse silo as well, if I'm not mistaken, and then they would have been far better off. Anyway, final round of the first half is upon us. 8-6. NKT, can they find this last round? Looks like 5yclone are going to test him aggressively and towards A here. Not the first time we've seen this. Last time it was Bentet with the multi. He'll start off with an opening kill here. Zion gets in on the action as well, and he wants to continue to try and push forward. Eventually falls backwards, but it's another 5v3 here for the CT side.
That's a nice little comeback. I said that 5yclone might be slightly unhappy with an 8-7. I feel like they've had some domination, especially when they're up as they were. There's so much money in the bank too, but NKT have whittled that down. They're fighting well in this half. Urkash just waiting for his teammates. I assume he's not timed out or AFK. Don't worry. There we go. The indication of the switch back to the FAMAS. Zion can now tap away as 5yclone try and get themselves in toward B. In comes that FAMAS. Damage done. Finally finishes off Kaze. But Jamyoung and Mosier need an incredible 2v4 here. Against 5 total. Get himself 1 thanks to Jamyoung. 2 thanks to Jamyoung. And actually, Zeralt was out of bullets. But the USP finishes it off. And that is a really good half for NKT in the end. It is an 8-7. 1 round lead for 5yclone. They need this map to take us through to a decider. We'll see if they can take it after a very quick break. You know, I said it would be a very, very quick break. I wasn't lying to you. We're back underway in the second half. Straight away. Teams choosing not to pause on this occasion. Fair play.
Yeah, I mean, Trav, we don't get paid to talk between the halves, so that's why we go to a break day. So there we go. That's how it goes. Either way, it is going to be... Looks like an execution towards the A bomb site coming through from the inside utility, raining in, forces advent of the hut, and he will get killed, but traded out. Frag's going back and forth right now until Mercury has his say, and his say is the final say.
Yeah, the dualies, man. Meta on pistol rounds these days. They're just way too strong in the right hands. Look at them. Gorgeous. Pull them out again. Oh, he's 1 and 4. Unlucky.
Still a nice M4. Oh, there we go. Jonas is making sure we get to see the pistols here.
Jonas, our lovely observer, is giving us a very interesting view. That's for sure. We are looking for the dualies, I promise, guys.
I mean, hey, whatever's on the menu, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lock he's rocking.
Full eco for NKT, looking to buy the rifles in the third. Mosier tapping away, gets himself 2. Block with the roll, at least gets 1. That's something. 1 kill is really all you can expect in a round like that. Advent keeps up his kill record. Still top of the server is the IGL of 5yclone / X Rare Atom. Now on CT Nuke, they should be feeling pretty confident about their chances at sending us to Ancient, as you can see, top right of your screen. Really fun BO3 so far today. If we get to a decider, it would put that cherry on the cake.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's seeming likely. I mean, 5yclone started off perfectly here on their CT side. If they can win this next gun round, it's almost a guarantee that we go to Ancient at that point. 12-7 will be a very difficult position for NKT to recover from on their T side here. Alright, let's see what the plan is. What are they going to be cooking? How do they approach this next round?
Oh, they're going to cook. Important. This is technically the 5yclone bonus buy. Still 3 for masses, but no up in play yet, of course. Spots out something, throws in an aid, connects with Gratisfaction, quite literally. Caught him on the shin. And caught some damage as well. 52 health after that. Zerolt's tagged as well. And the classic outside smokes around about a minute on the round to go.
Well, there we go. Yeah, taking a little bit of shape right now. Trying to potentially force some rotations. There's quite a lot of space towards ramp. It's just Kaze who's jiggle peeking right now, and one flash will force him backwards. Responsibility now potentially shifting on towards Jamyang in that B bomb site. Assuming NKT do pivot in that direction, it looks like that's going to be the case. 4 players make their way through the ramp. You've got Zerolt who's sort of flanking outside. Jamyang looking to try and force a fight. He will get at least 8 kills. It's about staying alive now. No, he wants to get more kills. 2 frags, and eventually he's been traded out, but this is going to be allowing for Mercury to get in on the action as well. Time ticking away. Zynus is desperately trying to recover the C4. The Molly's going to force him out into the open. This is just absolutely chaotic scenes right now. He will still get the kill on the first. Bentet to try and clutch 1v2. Oh. Kaze just says no.
That was a real nice try, actually, in the end from NKT, considering what they were just being completely swarmed from every which way. And fair play to them dealing with the single door player, too. That was the biggest threat in Mercury, but removed instantly, unfortunately, in vain. Great hold, especially from Jamyang. He was a bit whiffy on that first little burst toward the left side of ramp. And then the next 2 that came his way were clean sprays.
Alright, well, we did see 5yclone win a round like this in the first half. Let's see if NKT can find a way to emulate that, replicate their success. Don't have nearly as much utility as what the Chinese team had when they went for their execute. Mercury going to be able to find a kill. There is some response from the pistols. They're able to find 2 kills. That's not bad. Might be able to earn them a bomb plant here as well. Have they created enough space?
Rotations are quick and fast, though. All the adjectives for speed. Zerolt. Bomb down. And the silos. They actually managed to do it, but in comes Jamyang straight down. Oh, and connects the spray transfer too. That was really nice. Faction got the trade, but he was never going to spin for the second. in a bit of damage, but that is all. Really nice job there from Jamyoung. Kit's picked up, guns picked up, utility picked up. And I think 5yclone are feeling pretty happy about their current scenario. Happy with that 12-7 lead.
Absolutely. They're ecstatic. Well, not literally, they're 5yclone, but they're ecstatic.
Yeah, they're not Danish.
Alright, well, Team NKT have kind of reached the last sort of stretch of runway they have to get this campaign off the ground. Because if they lose this round, it's 14-7, especially if there's no bomb plants, they won't be able to afford anything in the next. And I fear the worst for them at that point, so it's now or never. And it looks like they're going to go for a pretty simple approach here, just numbers towards outside, using the wall of smokes to cross in towards Secret. There is a player between them and that B-bomb site. In fact, a second not far away. Jamyoung actually swings pretty wide there. He'll get the kill. Gratisfaction will become a victim of Mercury. And he's not the only one either. Bentent and Urcast follow suit. And he'll fall back. I love the fact that he doesn't just continue to fight there. Even though he's got the multi. He just wants to share the spoils.
Smart gameplay from 5yclone, even though they're up quite a considerable amount. Keep that money intact. Keep it getting bolstered. Built. And they're looking very safe right now to take their map pick. CT side Nuke as well. The better side for sure. Ancient Decider is getting ever closer. I'm glad I picked a good game for today, because it certainly delivered in terms of entertainment. Hopefully Ancient will deliver that far as well, if 5yclone complete the win, which is not said and done just yet. Advent
I reckon
defending the A site. Gets himself at
I
least
think
one.
this is as good as done. I don't know. Let's see if there's something more in the round here. Can Mercury be the difference maker? He has to stay alive and make sure he doesn't get traded out here. That smoke above the flames kind of just obstructs the vision slightly of both players, but looked like Gratisfaction caught a glimpse of his opponent.
Not a
2
shot.
versus 3.
Urcast hasn't got a helmet, which won't help against the 2 M4s. And utility is the biggest problem here for NKT. They've got one flash. They dry swing ramp. That gives Kaze every chance in the world. Nice shot, Urcast. He's got a vague shot at this one. 1v2, 1v3 total it would be. Mercury is rotating down. Mercury and Mosier can probably be pretty content to play 1-1. Which is exactly what they're doing right now. But if Urcast does win one of these duels, then you'll give him a shot in this clutch. Still got that one flash. And he can choose to plant. He's going to plant straight away as well. No fakeage. No messing about. Double doors open. That is Mercury's position spotted. Does Urcast try to isolate this duel? He does, and hits him 3 times. But that's the classic AK-47, 88 in 3, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers not looking great, unfortunately. Like you say, notorious. And does come back to haunt in that instance. 14-7. At least they get the bomb plant right, so they'll still be able to continue to buy here, but it hasn't been a problem of them not having weapons. Problem is not winning rounds. That's a big problem.
That is the biggest
All right.
problem. But at least they know they can fall back on Ancient. Can they fall back on it, though?
Well, I don't. I mean, it's there. Whether it's going to catch them or not is a different conversation
That is
altogether.
true.
Because it's a map that 5yclone, when they were rare at them in the past 6 months, they won it every single time they played it, which was 7 different occasions.
Well, let me just tell you this, guys.
Okay.
And I believe the actually, let me make sure this round's getting out of hand just yet. I think they're going super aggressive. They're fighting. Okay, never mind. Advent's got the control on the siege player. That's probably some grey screen as well there. That doesn't help. That's rough. Bomb lost. Gratisfaction is the ult. 2v4. Yeah, there's not really much way back in with the bomb where it is too. Mosier, there's the peak, and leaves it all down to the roll. So I'll go to my point ever so quickly. Playoffs last season of Challenger League, season 45, not this season. In Asia Pacific region. Rare Atom played NKT. Of course, this is ex Rare Atom we're watching right now. They played Nuke. Rare Atom won 16-1. So at least they've got 6 more rounds on the board.
Okay.
They also played Anubis as map 2, and Rare Atom won that one 16-5.
So
So
there has been a big improvement in that regard.
it's been
but
a
tell me
big
this now.
improvement.
Which
been a
half
big
did
improvement.
NKT start on Nuke? Can you see? When it was a
NKT
16-1
started
loss?
on CT side.
And they
they-
lost 16-1?
So Rare Atom went for a 14-1 T side of Nuke on
Wow,
that game.
okay. Alright, well.
So historically, as poor old Zerol tried his best to get the bomb, that's not going to happen in a month of Sundays. He was screwed more than ever before. But yeah, this is obviously a significant improvement from NKT in this series. We haven't seen Inferno. We didn't see Inferno in that series last season. And that was a decider that we never got to see. So maybe they would have got to map 3 in that series if they had Inferno first, for example. Who knows? But they managed to take Inferno this time around. They've got a different map as a decider in Ancient. It's not Anubis in the pool this time. So it's a massive improvement. 2-0 for Rare Atom last time. The loss of just 6 rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
This time
Not
it's a
just
whole map.
2-0.
This
Yeah.
time it's a whole map and 7 on Nuke rather than just 1.
Okay, Kaze able to find a kill. Bented at range, though. Gets a frag elsewhere, but he craters straight afterwards.
Oh, no.
He took so much damage in the fight with Mosier. He then falls off. He doesn't land on top of the lobby roof. Excuse me, on top of the mouth roof. And, well, that's going to cost him his life. And NKT, well, it's a 2v4 just to try and survive here on Nuke. They haven't won a round yet in the second half.
Yeah, that is the brutal truth of this NKT map of Nuke. Clearly, looking by those historic instances too. Yeah, just kind of get owned on this map. Good responses from Urcast and Gratisfaction, but now Gratisfaction is in this clutch. Lovely tap!
Ooh, yum yum.
And now
Oh,
he
he's
knows
had
where
up.
Jamyoung is. And he's done a lot of damage to him as well. Jamyoung's kind of playing this one a bit too aggressively. And he's given Gratisfaction the clutch. I say given. He made that one work for him with that beautiful one tap and that spray to finish. That was lovely from Gratisfaction. And it keeps this map alive a little bit further.
Yeah, I want to say, remind me of who's attacking and who's defending here, because with the way that 2 versus 1 was played out, it looked like it was 5yclone doing the attacking, forcing the fight, pushing into Gratisfaction, just trying to finish off the job, and that was a psychological warfare there, because the way Jamyoung ends up in the 1v1, he's like running at Gratisfaction. He just wants to get the kill to like end the round. It was always supposed to be 5yclone's round on the 4v2, so that's a big problem anyway. At least NKT get a round on the board.
Just too eager to finish off the match. That's all that comes down to. They might have a chance to
Agreed.
do it here. Kaze once again takes Bentet. Mosier
Okay,
and
well, there we
Mercury
go.
work together. And the next player has been completely cancelled out. Bombs dropped outside too. Maybe it's vaguely recoverable by Ocas, but that's the only silver lining on a very dark cloud. Kaze gets himself his second. 18 kills for Kaze in this game. And Advent looks like he's going to end this map. Yes, he is. He's guaranteed to end this map. Top fragging for his team. Advent is not usually known for those high fragging games, but he's going to do exactly that.
Top bragging for his team and the server. Mosier finishes off the job 16-8. A beautiful performance coming through there from 5yclone on their map pick as they level up the series 1-all in complete control throughout the entirety of Nuke. I mean, there was a moment where they slipped up in that first half when they lost to the sort of half eco, but ever since they started getting back on track there on their T side, they were just practically unstoppable.
Absolutely, and I think in general, looking at historical results as well, we kind of thought this would be a 5yclone win. But it's going to be really interesting to see where the series goes on Ancient. We do have our third map decider. I'm happy that it's been a quality series to watch and a lot of fun, of course, on map 1 especially. Let's see if we have some more of that fun on Ancient. We're going to go to a quick break, 10 minutes or so. When we're back, we will get the decider up and running. A third map, one final gambit to find out who wins the opening exchanges of ESL Challenger League, the Asia Pacific region for season 46. So a banger series so far between these two, X-Ray Atom, 5yclone, Cyclone, against Team NKT. Inferno went to NKT, Nuke went to Cyclone. Let's see where the decider goes of Ancient. It's a map that Rare Atom used to really enjoy. They beat Big on it 16-7 back a few months ago. What can they do this time around? Opening from Kaze as they entry toward the A bomb site. And right now, they're going one by one. RNKT and Kaze and Jamyoung are eating them up for breakfast. 5v2 early on.
Yeah, they've got but not full just yet. Kaze looking to feast. Jamyoung, well, just turns NKT into Jam while they were young. Gratisfaction, last player left remaining, and not for much longer either. Mosier will get in on the action. That's a flawless pistol round coming through from the CT side to begin their campaign here on Ancient. Now, remember, guys, we started off this journey on Inferno. It was the pick of NKT, and as you can see summarized top right, it was won by them as well. 16-14, hotly contested affair. A lot more convincing on Nuke from Cyclone,
Yep.
safe to say. Canted to victory at 16-8. And if they carry that form here into Ancients as well, then NKT are going to have a difficult time.
Yeah, I mean, it's form that, at least regionally, when they're on Rare Atom, the last few months, some games pre-player break too. Look at some of their wins. I mean, Atox, a pretty decent Mongolian team, 16-3. Lord Rabbit, Chinese team, 16-4. Lin Vision, very good Chinese team, 16-3. Tyloo, 16-12. They beat Big, 16-7, as I said, in the Brass Premier Spring Showdown. And they beat Eruption back in the Melbourne ESL Challenger Melbourne quals too. So yeah, I gotta say they have a very good streak on this map, at least on HL TV, of course. It's hard to delve into too many results other than that. But yeah, I mean there are some historic results of them getting caught out slightly. There was a 16-4 loss to GG How International in the Asia RMR for Rio last year. They lost 16-0, full clean sweep for IHC, the current Mongols roster, about a year ago now. But that is a long time in Counter-Strike. A lot changes over the course of a year. So, doesn't really count anymore. Just a historical result, at least.
Yeah, I mean, even just in terms of the amount of changes we've seen to Ancient between then and now. Become a lot more T-sided than it was at that time. Zine in towards middle finds an opening kill. Jamyoung brought down to half health, as he will get the trade. Mercury doesn't know the danger that he's in right now, but it looks like he's going to be able to just avoid it anyway. 4 versus 4, NKT looking to get themselves on the board. They're going to start to apply some pressure in towards Jaguar. Mercury's out in the open right now, going to take that first bit of contact. That's a beautiful wall bang coming through from Urcast. Mercury nearly walks away with the double, but it's going to be a man advantage for NKT as they start to transition in towards B.
Yeah, as they're also low off the back of that duel in Jaguar. Kaze and Jamyoung, 2v3. And they're choosing the correct bomb site right now, NKT. Rotation away. Leaves it completely open. They have a smoke for CT as well, just to be doubly safe. Bentek will get this down in the midst of all that. Cyclone is still trying to clear out B, so unfortunately they've chosen incorrectly. And I think they're so far away this time. This is a situation, even with that kit on Kaze and the smokes, where they should be saving. That's exactly what they'll do. NKT get a really important first gun round to go their way. Down to some good work in Jaguar. Maybe another universe. Mercury gets another frag there in that position. But not this time.
Not in this reality, Trav.
This is not virtual reality. This is reality. On virtual
I mean,
reality.
in a sense it is. In Counter-Strike, it is kind of virtual reality. Either way, it is going to be a round on the board here for NKT. Successful opening gun round coming through for them. Initially able to sort of weather the storm in towards middle. Then they make the next move in towards Jaguar.
Oh, they've got the AWP though. So, 5yclone, Cyclone, they're going to be absolutely fine. Purchase-wise in this following round. The deep incendio toward mid. The default Molotov that T's will often smoke to get out of this position. Flashes for explode. Zine going for the frag, finds Mosier beautifully, and Jamyang can't afford to go through that red room smoke, so good opening pick again for NKT.
And off the back of getting that early pick in towards middle, it looks like they're going to transition over towards B. They know that they have to have had created some space after getting that kill. And they're bang on the money with the decision they're making here as well. There's nobody on the B bomb site itself. It's just Mercury who's right now. Cyclone going to start to realize this because they are clearing out in towards mid. Zine is going to be here himself and Jamyang cross paths. Advent, does he go for the swing? No, because Jamyang gets the job done by himself. And Mercury's gone back through the molly, pushing through the short smoke. They're trying to keep up a bit of pressure here on the T side as the bomb plant will come through.
4v4. This time, Cyclone are very much in the play here, with the kits as well. I'll definitely be going for this one, especially with Mercury's work toward Bentet. He's gone. Second duel, helped out by Advent, and Jamyang deals with gratification as well. Crest is on this long flank, but he's taking a little bit too long for this. They're going to hold the bomb at some point with a kit, and there we go. He's going to decide to keep his gun. That is the round before Cyclone comfortably. Urkas is spotted, but he won't commit to the duel. No reason to throw your AK away at the end of the round. If he did, then he'd be on 2750 with no weapon. So that was the best choice. Great retake from Cyclone. Clean with it as well. Doubling up on that sort of long side of the retake site. And then Jamyang getting that kill in the flank. That was the key one. If they lost that one, it would have been doable, but that just basically made it comfortable and secured it with Urkas. Nothing to do. Following round, fast at mid again.
Okay, well, Kaze cuts down that player. You say fast up mid, but just more fast to his death here for Zine. Looks like they want to try and keep up the pressure right now. Lots of damage being done to these players, but they're still able to get the kills anyway. Mosier finds a second despite his low health. Sure, a bit of assistance from his captain. Gratisfaction will push up in towards the top of middle through red drone here. He's going to be bypassing Mosier. You don't really mind that if you're Cyclone, though, because it's the low health player who loses his life for you to ascertain the information. 4v2, that A-bomb site completely open for business. Of course, NKT wouldn't know that. Think there's a way for them to recover this one, Trav?
It'll probably be down to Bentet. But I've got a whole minute to play with. That is the advantage. But without a smoke for... I say without a smoke. Gratisfaction's got one, but he doesn't want to use it. That's the problem. But that's actually a fair thing to do. That could be a way to recover it. You just peek together and Gratisfaction still gets that frag. He's got a resmoke. When will he use it? Towards CT. That is perfect. Every single CT is coming in from that position. If Gratisfaction gets one more kill, he could most certainly set up Bentet here. But he's setting up Bentet anyway. Look at the damage he's just done. Mercury's on 1 HP. Goodness me. Suddenly, it's an even situation. Gratisfaction goes down, but Jamyang takes him out. Now it's Bentet's turn to shine. And it's all down to Mercury. Multiple force him wide. Only one bullet anywhere. Even in the pinky toe would take him down. And he's not even on that defuse. He's out of there. Great round from NKT. As I said, it would be all on Bentet. Gratisfaction, though, delivered a lot more work in that situation. And even as you see, he's so far away. The bomb radius is pretty big these days on Ancient. There's no gun to be saved for Cyclone. Big round, NKT. Well played.
Yeah, beautifully played there between Gratisfaction and Bentet. Just pinging contact off of one another. Locking it down in the post plant. 2 versus 4. Great response to the situation as well, right? In terms of how they transitioned over towards A there quite seamlessly. Just read it very well. Important round for NKT as they draw back within 1. No money for whoever loses the 6th round. So this is a swing round, if you will.
Indeed.
You into swinging, Trav?
In the garden when I was about 6 years old, yes.
Okay. On the golf course as well, maybe?
I had a lovely... Yes, actually, I do. Yeah. I had a hybrid golf club, like a, between the iron and the wood. It's my favourite club.
Okay.
And I swear to God, yeah. I was hitting at least 200 yards. That was
okay.
I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that's some decent numbers. I mean, wood and swinging normally go hand in hand.
Yeah, fair enough.
I've actually been to the driving range as well. It's a lot of fun with the boys, isn't it?
It is a lot of fun. Hopefully we can. Hopefully I can get you involved one day.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Jamyang, aggression, hello, but he's been spotted. He has been spotted. He's gonna get out of there, and he knows he's been spotted too. So at least that's some information, but not information that gleans a kill. Mosier, of course, is very low from that opening Gambit in mid too. Tag down to almost, I think, actually definitely one bullet from death wherever. Mercury dancing around in Jaguar, but Zerolt's too quick with it. That was clean. Now Kaze has to step up, but he's just dancing between looking at Donut and looking at Long. That's so awkward, and Venom's faction just going to shift forward, and that is very well done from NKT. They realised the timing. They pounced. And that's going to be 3 rounds apiece.
Yeah, not only that, but they've also broken 5yclone's economy in the process. Now, what's good here from NKT is we never really saw them got going at all, or get going, should I say, on Nuke. I mean, maybe there were moments on their CT side. T side just never really gained any traction. They won 1 round there, which was a 2v4, where they kind of just got thrown, bodies at them. Either way, now they're actually getting some momentum behind them. Now they're actually kind of able to sink their teeth into this T side. They're making some nice moves, building up a bit of a base for themselves here with rounds. The money as well starting to accrue quite nicely. I mean, NKT should be able to get themselves the lead pretty easily here right now coming into the 7th round.
Indeed. This is a good grab from NKT early on, and just that little shift up from Gratisfaction, even though Kaze was, as I said, occupied with 2 different angles to worry about, Donut and Long, you could just see that with how Gratisfaction was lurking up, you'd almost certainly catch him on the timing between the 2 shoulder peaks. That's always a rough one. Little boost up, get the USP some cheeky taps, cheeky dinks, but it's Zeralt to do the cheeky dinks instead. See you later, Mozia. Next round to him. Beautiful shot, and Zerolt's doing even more of that too. Finally gets rushed down by Mercury. That's a free AK. That's something to work with. He will just about fall back with it too. But look at Urkas. He's going to stop that from being saved at any given opportunity. Lurks out a cave. Mac tends him down, recovers the AK. Now Jam Young once again 1 HP. We've had a lot of 1 HPs in this game so far. But Bentet will clean up the round nicely as well.
That's true, you're right, actually. We've had so many players being brought down to super low health and actually still fragging when they have that low health as well. Quite often. Okay, 4-3 NKT with the round lead here now on Ancient. Opening game here in the ESL Challenger League Season 46, Asia Pacific region. How many games do we have today? Are there 3 matches?
I think there are, I think over the course of the day, there's a lot played on day 1. Like, something like 4 to 6 matches or something. But obviously only 1 can be streamed at any given moment, so.
Sure, yeah.
I chose this one. I was asked.
All right.
And I think I chose well.
Oh yeah, that's a banging decision. I mean, if you look at the list of teams, okay, let me hold my point for a second though. It's an executing towards the B bomb site coming through from NKT. 5yclone looking to level it up once again. If they lose this round, then they fall quite far behind here on this first half. Advent with another impressive kill coming through does earn a man advantage here for the CT side. There's a big backstab coming through T-Spawn right now as well. It's Jam Young who's going to make his way up the ramp. It's all just about the timing. The longer NKT take to try and plant this bomb, the further forward he's going to be. And they've just got so little space to maneuver their way around this bomb site. At least they get a kill back, but he's chipped down right now. Kaze waits for the smoke to fade, but as it does, he does too. Jam Young finally activates in the back lines, and he'll work in tandem with Mercury to finish off the job.
Yeah, nice try from NKT there. I was about to say it's Gratisfaction and Bentet again. We saw what they did in one of those previous rounds. They're the 2 stars. They're the 2 big names, really, on this roster that most people will know. If you've seen them obviously in their big events a few years ago. Bentet, of course, had his tournament victory on Gen G in a DreamHack, I believe. 1 tournament victory on record on LAN. Gratisfaction has so many big moments from big games at majors even as well. Gratata looking to do more work. He's got you up on T side. This time they're out mid. The flashes are so good though. Everyone's very blind. Zine gets his vision returned to him first though. He even avoids that nade coming his way. That Molotov might spread and tick him down to death. But I don't think it's ahead of the box. So he's somehow going to be safe there for now. And NKT safe. Sort of. In a 5v4.
Maybe not so safe.
Everyone's
Good
having
kill
a
from
great start to
Zion.
this game, 12-3.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't seen a huge amount out of him. Often recognized as one of the strongest players on the Cyclone roster. He's certainly come alive in a big way here on Ancients in the Decider when you need your star the most, and he will shine bright in this round. 2 kills out of him. Kaze's also isolated the C4. Perfect utility usage out of him. It's going to be a boost, but Kaze's got that read. Great awareness there from Kaze.
Beautifully done. MP9 can get baited in. Advent gets the frag. 2 alive again. So they've been winning these rounds, Cyclone, the last couple, but only with 2 alive on a couple of occasions. So their money's not being built up perfectly. Gives NKT still a chance to maybe do something on a half buy in this round to keep them honest in that sense. Yeah, I mean, Kaze doing great work once again. Of course, we know that Kaze's been around for a very long time. Remember him from the Vici gaming days, of course. Kaze's 29 now. Advent's
That's
31.
something that shocked me, was when I found out Kaze's age. I just never knew that. I remember
Kaze's
this
always
guy...
felt young.
Yeah, exactly, but it's also just because he's been playing for so long. I remember when I started watching Counter-Strike, he was in the mix in already in like the... What team was it? On Fire Dragoon. I think that was the team maybe remember him from. I
Before
can't
Vici,
recall.
right?
Yeah, it was before Vici. I think maybe Vici was where I saw the most of him, and maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Either way,
Yep.
certainly been a massive component of Asian Counter-Strike.
Storied career, of course. Bring Malaysia on the map for CS, I think, for so many years. He's on Flash Gaming as well, if you remember that organization. That's I think what was it, like a blue panda or something? Blue tiger, I think it was. Yeah, blue tiger.
Okay.
Saber-tooth tiger or something. That logo, quite a famous logo. Some of those stickers are pretty expensive these days. But yeah, he's been around for a hell of a long time. Fire Dragoon is the name I'm looking at right now on HLTV, so I think you might be right.
I actually did go back and check that, to be honest with you, and it kind of,
Okay, fair
you know,
enough. You
jogged my memory.
You admitted to it. Fair play.
Yeah. You'll hear casters all the time just like draw some crazy info, you know, as if it's something they
that's
just
nice.
remembered. Advent, though, that is a crazy start to the round for him. Great flashbang as well. Kaze supports him, or assists him, should I say. And that is going to be a phenomenal start to this 11th round here for the CT side as they look to continue to build their lead. And they're smothering NKT as well, Trav.
Yeah, and Advent's having a fantastic series. We saw him top flagging the whole server on the previous map. And again, super aggression. Take the outskirts of B, to take Jaguar, push all the way through. Really nicely done, and this round is just going nowhere for NKT. No recovery at all here. Satisfaction is very stuck. And look at this angle being held by Kaze. On the elevated position, 2 more kills for Kaze. He got a triple in the previous round. I think he got a double in this one. Yes, he did. And this is be big Kaze up and talk about his historic rosters, his historic plays. He delivers evermore.
I mean, we spoke about earlier how these two teams did play against each other. I don't know when it was when you were talking about that 2-0, what, 16-1, 16-5 or something like that.
That was last season, season 45.
Okay,
so not that long ago.
All right, not a huge amount of time between then and now, but definitely a vast improvement from NKT, which is good to see. But they don't want to just think about improvements right now. They want the win. And they're certainly within contention of making that happen. Shouldn't be in this round, though, although they are going to be able to overwhelm the defense on this B-bomb. Sunside's got a kill with that CZ. Picks up the AK, adds another to the tally. That's the round over. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, ship it off, because the job here's done. That's an eco-round win.
That's crazy from Zion. Goodness me. CZ on T side as well. That is something you don't see too often these days. I mentioned that these players enjoy a CZ over a 5-7, but they're enjoying a CZ over a Tech 9 as well. If you can make it look that good, despite how good the Tech 9 is, then why the hell not? That's just so handy, that pistol, just to run and gun someone close range, grab a gun, grab their gun, and get himself a cheeky round. That's exactly what NKT have done this time around. Superb work. And this is a really critical one as well, because it pretty much keeps them in touch. Otherwise, Cyclone were looking to get away for maybe 10-5, 11-4. 10-5 is still possible, but NKT will have a bit of a handlehold now with the economy, thanks to that round win. 8 days a week. That works usually. Or Zine.
Sounds reliable. Decent numbers. All right, well, 7-5 here, NKT. They need to complement that eco round win with a gun round win, right? You then string some together, you pressure the opponent's economy. You really add insult to injury if you can use that eco round win as a springboard.
True.
Let's see if they can make it happen, though. They have been able to get some decent early control. Not as many questions being asked here by 5yclone at the start of this round. Normally, they've been forcing the issue in middle, and a lot of utility being thrown in towards Speedway here, whether it's pushing down ramp or peeking out of Jaguar. There's normally some sort of a prong to the defense, but now, more sort of playing a little bit more passively from the bomb sites themselves.
Yeah, they've been very aggressive toward mid, as you say, and especially Jaguar the last couple of rounds. We saw Advent just rush through and get those 2 MP9 frags on one of those previous. But
well, there we go. There's some aggression.
The picks are going NKT's way the last few rounds. Another one from Zine, this time toward Jamyoung, who has been the main man for 5yclone in this game. 16-5 Jamyoung, kind of quietly actually, has been building up that KD to a pretty impressive level.
Yeah, problem is he's going to have to watch the rest of the round from the sidelines here. 5yclone down by a man, 40 seconds on the clock. It looks like NKT are just hoping that because there was that kill that came in over towards A main and 5yclone down 4v5, they would expect them to rotate towards A from here. And NKT are hoping as a result that that B bomb site's going to be slightly weaker. I still think they're going to end up B. They're just trying to fake it out. That's why Zine has pushed through. They're throwing all this utility. This is beautiful. They fake as though they're rotating from ledge through middle into A. But that is not the play. Zine sells the fake to perfection as he racked up another kill. And that's the job done.
That is actually superb. Absolutely. Described beautifully as well, Hayes. Just pulling rotations back and forth. Zine causing everything for NKT in this round, and the 2 kills to boot makes the big difference. Not just the kills, but the mind games too. Especially Mercury tagged down low to get that kill. They were never going to consider this retake, even though Kaze's got 7 grand in the bank. It could easily get whittled down as the last few rounds of the half come through. Will save with 3, so that means the money is absolutely fine. Yeah, and it's actually kind of impressive as well that Zine, that second kill he got was just a complete dry face towards CT, and there were 2 players there. Managed to get one of them. Timing almost worked out for him perfectly to get a third, but
yeah,
second was very nice. Secured
I mean, he's 7 for 11 right now, but I feel like he's had quite a lot of impact.
Yeah, I mean, he got the opening kill in that round off Jamyoung's aggression, don't forget, so...
Yeah, and look at how many players are struggling for NKT in terms of their individual numbers. Zine is going to be the one to open up again, though, in towards middle of the back of the flashes.
Again. Zine looking to sign off with a possible victory for NKT. Only 1 round behind now. Mercury living in Jaguar this whole game, but look at that. Zerolt's playing that tiny little gap angle you can see through the plywood. One of the most wallbangable places on this map and in Counter-Strike, to be honest. You see so many wallbangers come through that position and through those tarps, through those beams. And Zerolt holds the angle. He knows he can see a pixel. He saw a pixel, he shot the pixel, he fragged the pixel.
Pistol fragging, man. Pixel fragging. With a pistol, maybe. In some cases. There we go. Bentet. No issue in getting that kill. I mean, NKT, wherever they go from here, should have a pretty easy path to victory in the round. They've really been able to just come online here on their T side. It was looking a bit shaky at one point. What was it? I think 7-3, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be their 4th round in a row here. We don't have the luxury of HLTV while casting this game to refer back to.
Our brains have to kick into action. Absolutely.
Oh, no.
Spam coming through from Urcast. That is his counterpart, IGL. Advent removed. Bentek gets the last as well. Brilliant half from NKT. And as you say, the kills don't really tell the tale. They have every single player negative KD-wise,
Yes.
other than Bentet, who's even at 8 apiece. 8 kills, 8 deaths. But we're even at 7 rounds apiece. You can see the difference in maybe some saving on Cyclone 2. I mean, Jamyong 16-6, Kaze 11-6. If you looked at the kills, you would think this was a maybe Cyclone 3 or 4 rounds in the lead, but not the case.
Yeah, it certainly can be a little bit deceptive, right? Because normally the CT side will have less deaths than the T side just by the nature of how saving works. Anyway, Advent, again, making the exact same play. I don't know if it was Orcast the last time as well, but it is certainly him this time. Kaze with the AWP gets himself in on the action. And I think when Cyclone have actually had these dynamic starts, their CT rounds, they've looked better than when they've had a static start.
Indeed. Kaze reaggressing mid, but that's probably the one big miss I've seen him have today. That's a really important one that could maybe cost Cyclone a round, because Mozi's got a weird timing on this aggression, and the timing, as we saw, was not going to work out. Zeralt takes him, and look at the positioning of Bentet in mid. He's holding off against these rotations. Mercury, does he know? Does he guess? I think he'll give it a glance. He knows that it's been quite a while in this position, but even then, Bentet still takes him down.
Wow.
This is comfortable from NKT. They're going to take an 8-7 in this half. This Advent 1v3s. Again, bragging well, but this is an impossible situation. Smoked off as well in that position. He's going to have to walk through it at some point to have any chance. And even though Bentet has shifted away, there's no way in. He hasn't got a kit. He may have utility, but that's not going to help him. Heard by Zeralt. Zeralt removed. But the time has gone. No defuse kit in play. This round is done. They're just going to play with him and take him down. Bentet with more impact. 3 kills, another triple. And they're going to win out the half 8-7. We're going to go to a break. Maybe. We don't know. Maybe a few seconds. See you in a few seconds, question mark? And we're back. The players did decide to break this time, and it wasn't a 5-second break like last time, thankfully. But NKT, they're going to be happy right now. 8-7 going to CT Ancient. That was a fantastic comeback from them on the first half. And they have a genuine shot at upsetting X-Ray Atom Cyclone in this BO3, in the opening gambit of Season 46 of ESL Challenger League. Cyclone are up through Red Room, though. They're up through mid. They've got a lot of control in this position. Zeralt is aware, though. He's holding from the corners of the B site. He's got Urcast support as well. Bomb drop, that's so much information. And even an incendiary available for NKT to keep them at bay. What a place to put it as well.
Oh, gun barrel spotted. But yeah, that gives them the information, and they get the kill to Zeralt as a result. So that's a really big frag to kind of offset the round here. Cyclone charging their way forward in towards the speed bomb site, looking to plant the bomb, and they will activate the C4. Retake already underway from NKT before the bomb plant even comes through. Man advantage, Gratisfaction. He's the one doing the damage. It's now only Mercury left remaining, dancing around the pillar, looking left, looking right. He's heard the footsteps, isolating the fights, but he will go down.
Gratisfaction, 2 kills on the P2000. Kit picked up. Zion's not even the one defusing. They've got that much time, which is crazy considering the control that Cyclone had once they pinched from the ramp. It was an interesting strat, actually, having 3 through mid as they had, and then 2 coming late ramp, just to sort of pinch that site. And in the end, it felt like it was going to work out pretty comfortably, but even with the bomb plant coming through, as you say, a little bit late, only just came through in the end, and NKT pounced at a pretty good timing for them, and it worked out to perfection. Bentek getting that kill in Jaguar was a really critical one as well, to relax that retake and remove the threat. But of course, with that bomb plant for Cyclone, they're going to have 4 Galils and a Tech 9 in action in this round. A decent utility as well. Almost as good as what NKT can put forth. So X-Ray Atom are very much in touch here.
Great flashbang. Beautiful flash there. Yeah, Mercury capitalizes. Opening kill, and he just surges in towards the B-bomb site. As a result, he's created space, and Mosier pulls the trigger. That should have been a free frag for him. Look at Mercury, though, towards long. He'll get a double, and that should be enough to just seal the deal here. Love that so much from Mercury. Fearless, right? It's always so important to have players on your team who are willing to make that play through the smoke. You know, pop flash your way forward. Be the man who is the tip of the spear. You know, full confidence. And he gets rewarded with 3 kills.
And rewarded with the round as well, as the bomb goes down. Zion and Bentek forced to save, and I've got to say, that is actually quite an important round to win for Cyclone, because if they lost on that force buy, we were looking at 10-7, then we were probably looking at 11-7. It would have looking at a difference of 2 rounds either which way. It would have been either 4, now it's just the 1. So, really impactful. Zion really needs to keep this M4. Shoulder peeking is a little bit dangerous, especially when he's only half health, as you can see. Now down to 7. But Cyclone with 4 players up, they can afford to throw 1 more player in to possibly take down one of these saving CTs. Advent, of course, has only got the MP9 and low HP anyway, so he can absolutely go for this, but I don't think he's going to check his close right. Bentek should get this kill. He does. Still going in. And there we go. The trades are good. That is a really nice cleanup from Cyclone. I'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, it looked like Bentek checked the ground. Was he maybe thinking there could be an AK on the deck that he wanted to try and trade for? Because that means he wasn't ready for the second player to come through. He would have stood a chance of getting that second frag, I reckon. Anyway, 8-9 Cyclone answer back after losing the pistol. That's such an important round for them to win. It feels like that's the first round in ages. I mean, they were winning 7-3 if I recall correctly. So it was 6 rounds in a row that they lost. They were in complete control. And now they're still down by a round. So let's see what this next one has in store. Should be, I wouldn't say an easy 9th here for Cyclone, but it should certainly be their round for the taking.
Oh, there's here again, instant headshot. At least I didn't get that CZ kill. And he's managed to fall away with his life as well. But Cyclone do have this man advantage. They should feel comfortable as it is now. Gratisfaction has a chance to deliver, though. I've seen many wild Gratisfaction Deagle plays, and there's one. I gets him a free Deagle. Unfortunately, his site support has been removed. Urcast is gone. Rotation is coming in. There's a big flank coming in, I should say, really. Not even a rotation. This flank could be impactful here for Zion. With that M4 picked up. What can he get done from this? There's obviously no kit available, but they do have some utility, but the unexpected play is not unexpected anymore. Kaze was keeping a glance on it. Betis faction, they knew he was in cave from earlier. Really nice round. Another round with 3 alive. And Cyclone are back even at 9 rounds apiece. Team NKT, full eco.
Exactly. So it should be Cyclone regaining the lead here on the decider. Gonna have to wait and see if they can make it happen. I mean, it should be with ease. Next to no investment here for the CT side coming through in this next round. Alright. We have a game in our hands here in the decider, Trav. This is exactly what we would have wanted based on the series we've had so far between these two teams. I mean, Nuke was certainly a blowout in favor of Cyclone just because of how much they dominated their CT side. Yeah. But Ancient's as close as it could be.
That is, in general, a very promising sign for NKT going forward. As I mentioned, of course, the last time these two teams played each other, I believe, was in the playoffs of last season. When Cyclone, of course, was still under the Rare Atom banner. And, that was a 16-1, 16-5 victory for the Rare Atom boys on that occasion.
Yeah.
On Nuke and Anubis. So NKT should be proud of the...
Do you have a date of that? I know I'm
date?
throwing you a curveball here. Yeah.
I'll get a date. It was last season, so...
Yeah, I know, but I'm
months?
just wondering exactly how long ago, because Team NKT obviously brought in Gratis Faction and Zerolt, 4 months ago. So just trying to gauge, how far along. May?
23rd of May.
So then that's, all right, 3 months ago, just sort of exactly how what you'd speculated. So, I mean, it's good to see that they're making some serious development between then and now. 3 months down the line. Yeah, you would expect an improvement.
Gratis Faction has a chance to deliver now. From that temple position. That is really bad. Push him off a bit. And now Bentek just comes charging his way through with flash support from Zyne. Oh my goodness, that is a glorious flash. This gives Bentek 2 free spray downs. And we could be even at 10 rounds apiece again. These two teams inseparable on map 1. It was a bit easier on map 2 for Cyclone, but maybe looking a bit more inseparable on map 3 now. Mosier boosted up though. And to remove the op from the round. Zyne's FAMAS. Oh, it's slightly weird. He does get the kill in the end. And now Kaze's caught in the open. Misses the bullets. And eventually Urcast takes him out. 10 rounds all. Money still available. But NKT happily staying in touch.
It did kind of take the entire CT side there to defend the A-bomb site. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle, and Cyclone did only get 2 kills, but it was still pretty difficult to knock over. All the rotations had come through from the CT side, and eventually they were able to finish off the job. 10-all, scoreline leveled up in the decider. Both teams desperate to open up their season here in the ESL Challenger League Season 46 with a win. It'd be interesting to see how many teams have opened up with a loss, but still gone on to qualify for Pro League. Just as, a base stat line.
Yeah, I mean, without... Hang on, I'll get back to that point. Gratis Faction's got more defending to do.
Doing it again.
Great shot towards Mercury. Really gonna step up on these CT sides of Gratis Faction. Headshot on Advent, and in comes Bentek. This is the dynamic duo. Oh, he can't complete the kill, and Jamyang finds Zyne as well. Oh my goodness, hang on a second. 30 HP between the two of them. It's only a 2v3. And Kaze's taking the head off of Gratis Faction too. How is this happening? More damage done. Jamyang went down to 3 before being tagged down by Urcast. Now Kaze's got a chance. Another great effort despite the health. But Urcast is going to cut him off here. Kaze has no clue. He's in position. All the noise in the world heard. 1 bullet needed. And that's going to be a free AWP as well. NKT in the lead. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, it is impressive, considering that they won the pistol, but then lost to the force buy. But now they've got their noses in front once again, and you look at the money for the T side, it doesn't look great. Advent's going to drop a hero AWP to Kaze, and they're going to spend all their money outside of that. Got to plug the gaps with a Desert Eagle, a Tech 9, and a Galil. If Cyclone loses round, Trav, it's 13-10 before they get to buy up again, and that's going to be a pretty difficult position for them to recover from. So there's a lot hinging on this force buy right now. That's a chance squandered.
Oh. Perhaps.
And there's some punishments.
Yep. Sometimes you can't get away with things for free. Kaze had to give up 51 points of his health for that opening pick, which wasn't even successful. Satisfaction doing some great work again on CT side. Sometimes has some slow T sides Satisfaction, but CT's where it's at. And I was mentioning earlier, one of my points was, of course, that whoever loses this game should still be expected to qualify for playoffs. They're both in playoffs last season. Got the quality for it. It's fair to say there are some lesser teams in this level in Asia Pacific, but we have our gods, I guess you could say. We've got Mongols, we've got Raratum, we've got NKT, we've got Atox as well as a very good team.
I would still say you wouldn't be surprised if it was either one of these two teams to claim one of the two spots to qualify for Pro League.
Yeah, I don't think NKT are there yet, but from the improvement we've seen from the last series we watched, of course, between these two, I think it can only be commended, and they've got the talent and the quality for it. Bentek, can he show more of that talent? It's Bentek and Zine defend toward A. Time really is a big issue here for Cyclone. They're going to be eaten up by this MP9. I mentioned Bentek would be a problem, and he's given Cyclone a massive headache. They're going to have to save a Tech 9 and an AK here, and that's it. Unless the roll puts a stop to it. What a hold from Bentek. Free AWP upgrade too. Advert really needs to stay alive here, otherwise he'd be left on a Tech 9 and $50, and he will stay alive. They keep what they've got. That just really does not set up Cyclone well for the next few rounds with this save.
Yeah, you're right. It's actually an awkward one, right? Because they've got a $2,900 round loss bonus, not the full 3,400. So it's not like you're getting Galil and armor if you lose this round here, and it's more when you lose this round. Oh man, being forced to save on the T side and all you carry through is a Tech 9 and armor. That's, I mean, it's probably worth actually dying there instead, right? Think about the kit that you save. It's $1,000 for the head armor and $500 for the Tech 9. That's $1,500 net value. You would have got $2,400 if you died there. So there's actually no reason at all for him to save in that situation.
I guess it's a mad situation where you want to try and support Jamyoung saving the AK at the same time. So, I mean, at least, as you say, I think maybe technically can be considered the wrong decision. But either way, it's not going to change the outcome of this following round. Zine and Zerolt going with 2 again. And again, we're in that situation. We just look at the kills, right? Only Bentek is positive in this game for NKT, but they're about to be winning by 3 rounds.
This really smacks of Inferno for me, actually, just in terms of how NKT are able to grind their way through, and Cyclone are just not looking like themselves. We really saw them get it together on their CT side of Nuke, and, you know, that's where we saw the Cyclone we all expect when you watch them play. But it's just been a lot more patchy on Ancient compared to Nuke. Haven't had nearly as much success in their gunfights. Haven't looked as convincing on their T side. Not getting to as good positions. Let's see. This is essentially an eco round for them. Creeping their way up donut right now. It's quite a lot of space that's been afforded to them. NKT have just hedged their bets with 2 players on either bomb site. Nice angle for Zine though. Mosier steps out. Doesn't expect Zine on that off angle. That's understandable. And he'll finish off the job. It's a sign of the times.
Perhaps indeed. Quad kill for Zine. And even with that, he's not positive either after a quad kill. Even though he's been getting so many impactful frags in this entire map for NKT. T-side especially. But now, they're just 3 away from what could be considered a slight upset, considering the last result between these two teams. It was 16-1, 16-5 to Raratum. They lost organisation support, but that shouldn't change the result so significantly. So I'd like to say that NKT put in the work for this.
And it sounds more like instead of them losing support of the org, it was them who declined to continue with the org, as far as I could take, you know, what I could take away from the statement that was made. Either way, Cyclone in a must-win round, and they've lost the opening pick. It doesn't look great in terms of weaponry. This is starting to look really shaky right now. They're on the brink. Satisfaction's gotten himself another kill, and he might even add another.
It's weird, isn't it? Like, the roles in Satisfaction, 11 and 15, both of them throughout the whole map, but I really felt like they've had so much impact in this game. It's strange. I've actually never seen such a small amount of kills and maybe such a quote-unquote poor KD despite the amount of impact they've actually had. It's crazy. Bentet has been the main man on 20. He'll make it that 20 now. That frag towards Kaze with the Galil. Mosier was going for a play, but Zerolt's flash cancels out any hope of that. Jamyang gets a headshot, but then walks into Gratata. And Gratata has said baba, because they're almost out of the server and out of this game. 2 rounds away from victory for NKT. And look at the money on Cyclone. They're on Galil or half-buy territory here.
This is just awful for Cyclone. They were winning 7-3. They've won 3 rounds since then and they've lost 11. They've completely checked out. Jamyang's got the hero AK. They've got a lot of utility. We saw Cyclone with the round like this on their T side of Nuke. It worked out perfectly. Let's see if they've got a similar sort of stratcher to fall back on, just with a big execute into one of these
this is good.
more confined bomb sites. Here we go, charging their way forward. 3 players making their way in. Zerolt has been mollied out of position, needs a multi, and it's going to be a TK, which is basically the same effect. Either way, 2v2, and Jamyang and Kaze are low.
Oh, but it's no chance for Kaze. He's got the bomb down, but he's got nothing picked up. Only that Tech 9 still. NKT just play calm, composed. Don't go 1 by 1. Surely there's no chance for Kaze. Great effort to get in, as you say. Team kills in action too. And now the utility will come in. Kaze's found the gun. This makes
Kaze
it possible.
wins this.
And they're jumping through that smoke. Tap on the bomb comes through. They got no idea where Kaze is. 1 and 2. Oh, Kaze. 5 HP to spare. What a lifeline that could prove to be for Cyclone.
That is a potential game-saving round coming through there from Kaze, and it's the experienced veteran who lives up to the moment. Great round coming through from Kaze. It's the game sense, man. He was so low on health. It was such a difficult situation to navigate, but he uses the CT smokes against them, and you've got to kind of ponder the decision to use the smokes in the retake there, Trav, in the 2v1, rather just work together. You give him that element, you give him that cover.
I wonder if they had any inkling of how low Kaze was. If they did, I doubt for 1 second they would have used those smokes the way they did.
Agreed.
Just, as you say, just gave Kaze an opportunity to do something that they're not expecting. And that can happen so often, and suddenly, momentum has it switched. Zion goes charging through the red room smoke. Jamyang removes his bonce. And suddenly, this game could be about to turn around thanks to Kaze. Mosier, oh, he's burning a lot. Takes way too much damage to that. But they've still got the opening frag. Minute to go.
Looks like Cyclone have a pretty good read right now, though, as they're sort of shifting in towards that B-bomb site here. Team NKT, they've got a little bit of information because Ocast is deep in A main and you've got Bentet who's pushed through middle. So it means that they will rotate that extra player across to B, but I don't think that there's any chance here if you're NKT. I think you should just save your guns, really. You don't have any money to work with going into the next round. Zerolt could drop an M4. We saw this team go for some chancy retakes on Inferno, but it looks like they've accepted their fate here on Ancients.
And this is definitely the correct call.
Shout out to Jacob Curry 125 raiding with a party of 1. Wouldn't be the same without you, homie. Wouldn't be the same without you.
Good stuff. And good stuff from Cyclone and from Kaze. What a round to win. Put them back in contention for this entire series.
Yeah.
Of course, and when he phased that smoke as well next to default, I'm just watching the replay of it on stream, of course, as the delay catches up. It's kind of incredible to see how that phase was absolutely spot on timing-wise. Especially if the second player was on the bomb too. Instant peak on the second. And now, the gap is just 2 rounds. But thankfully NKT, that save, still strong. We've got plenty of chances to get to that series point. First match was 16-14. It was an incredibly squeaky affair.
Oh,
and look
goodness.
at Bentet. How is he alive? Jamyang seems to know it,
Jamyang!
though. Yeah, they definitely knew it. Oh my goodness. They're 12-14 down and Bro is knifing a smoke. I love this team so much.
Oh, well, Bentet. Gonna come off second best of that exchange. Zerolt has also been dinked for his troubles. Is it starting to fall apart here for NKT? Was that a killing blow dealt by Kaze? I mean, it would just be so devastating if Cyclone going to win the 16-14. Maybe getting a bit ahead of myself, but Kaze certainly isn't. He takes off the head of Urcast. 14-13, the imminent scoreline. If NKT can't salvage this 3v5.
Yeah, clearly they were very aware Bentec was in that smoke. Jamyoung happy that, well, he was knifing it. He had the teammate that would take him down on the elevated angle. He got caught off guard. Banger nade as well from Mercury. Removes low HP of Zerolt. And actually, Grenis Faction's pretty stuck here. He's not going to be able to escape with this op. He's going to have to fight his way out to save this. It's pretty awkward for him. Jump spotted as well. Information gathered. Oh, this is slightly dangerous now. NKT could be about to lose all their weaponry. Bomb will go down. In comes Mercury. This is a dead man. He's a dead man walking. He's gone. Now Zion will be looking to save. But again, even he has got to fight his way out too. Jamyoung lets him escape. Jamyoung will not let him escape. It's 14-13. NKT have to eco here. We're guaranteed, almost certainly, to once again go the full 30. And on map 3 this time.
I'm all for it, man. I'm loving this action right now. What a phenomenal game to open up with the ESL Challenger Season 46 Asia Pacific. It is a banging game, and that's putting it lightly. NKT, they're going to have to eco. You could just imagine it's in the back of their minds right now. Everybody's sweating, thinking, God, please, we can't lose like this. It was supposed to be 15-10, not 14-11 at the end of that 25th round. And Cyclone, I mean, think about the amount of experience they've got. These guys are clinical, Trav. If you just leave that door slightly open, they will find a way to force their way through.
Yep. And this door is now open for the 14-all. From that reality, make that one. Bentec with Deagle. Come on, hit the one dig, Bentec. You may as well. He's struggling with it. They have to fall away. Damn. What a series. What a series.
Yeah.
Gearing ourselves up.
Absolutely.
It's the calm before the storm of the rounds at 14.
Of course, for anybody who doesn't know, Cyclone, previously Rare Atom Chinese players. Malaysian player in the mix as well, of course, Kaze.
Yeah. Made waves.
I can't think of
in international
any
Counter-Strike
other
for
Malaysian
sure.
Counter-Strike player, can you?
There is one I saw the other day, and I'm annoying me that I can't remember his name. I'm gonna look it up quickly.
I can think of quite a few Dota players. Quite a number of...
Yeah, Kaze
of
is certainly
Eamon.
the most well-known, for sure.
Is it maybe A-Man? I seem to recognize that name. Just typed in,
I'm gonna have a look.
Malaysian Counter-Strike players. Either way, okay, well, I'll continue holding down the ship here. 14-all, 29th round underway. If Cyclone can win this 29th round, they pretty much lock in the win here on Ancient. Because there won't be any money left for NKT in that last round. And that would just be devastating for NKT, considering that they were in the position to pretty much lock in the win. As Cyclone lock in control of this B-bomb site. They've been able to force the CTs back. Trades going back and forth. As Advent will go one step further. Sign, though, has found a gap. Can he exploit it?
Oh, he's got no chance to slip that gap anymore. The smokes are up. Bentec's big flank could be the last key. But will it fit the lock? Jamyoung, they're just going to leave it. It's not going to fit any lock.
There we go.
Because they're going to unlock the wrong bomb site, I'm afraid. It's A.
The key's broken. Yeah, exactly.
They've just fooled him
God.
completely. And that's got to be the most sinking feeling for NKT.
You just say,
14-10,
right?
was it?
It was 14-10, Trav, yes.
14-10, and now they're series point down. Just off a good mid-round decision as well at 14-all. They couldn't even do anything about it. It's the worst feeling when you just feel like you have your guns, you have your utility, you want to use it, and you haven't been allowed to.
Yeah. Absolutely, and perfectly played from Cyclone. They're just so clinical right now. They're in the zone. Look at that. Jonas is showing us how one-sided these past rounds have been. I mean, it looked like they've got 1, maybe 2 kills in the past, like, 4 rounds, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it says a lot of that if you look at their money. Every single player quintuple digits before this purchase. That just says everything. And as you can say, Jonas, our wonderful observer, look at those players they had alive. 3, 5, 5, 4. That is what you do to build up the money quickly. And yeah, now this is an incredibly tough situation for NKT. At least they still have their purchase, but there's no AWP up on Gratisfaction. He's only got the M4. Cyclone.
That could be a problem, right? We've seen what a big part the AWP has been here on the CT side for NKT, how often he's been the one to get that opening pick. And it looked like they wanted to go for a big burst in towards A, but they pulled the plug on that strategy.
What a fight from Cyclone. Can they finish the job, or do we go to overtime? 4 out through mid. 1 lurking outside B. Zine. Oh, I think he jump spotted 2 or 3 there. Good information. But they've given up so much control in mid. Of course, usually you do fight for mid. But they're going to have to let Cyclone dictate in this round and just hope they can win the duels late round. They've gone back toward the outskirts of Jaguar and back toward the outskirts of B. And they're going to go for a full execute by the looks of it.
Yeah, fresh smoke towards the top of ramp though from the CT side will keep Cyclone at bay for that much longer, which gives NKT a chance to get some information. Trav, there's a few players that are going to be making their way in towards middle for the CT side here, so it looks like NKT are peeking behind the curtain. They kind of know what's going on here, and they're going to get a bit of a flank coming through right now as well. The teammates on the B-bomb side have fallen back. They're now giving time for these flankers to come through. Nobody's looking in this direction while the Util's being set up for Jamyoung. His spidey senses tingle. He'll do phenomenal damage to the second as well, but he'll go down in the process.
4v4. Bomb should be able to go down, but look at this. Urkas is charging through. Everyone's charging through. Why not? Zeralt gets 2, but there's a pusher towards CT. It's Mercury, and Zeralt's now stuck. Does he just hold it? I think he is just going to hold it, but Kaze peeks him straight away, and Cyclone, ex-Rare Atom, fight their way through to an incredible victory in a very tight series. It was 16-14 to NKT on map 1. It's 16-14 to Cyclone on map 3.
Brutal is pretty much the only word that comes to mind right now. Absolutely brutal, Trav. The way that they were leading 14-10 on Ancient, they lose to Kaze in the 1v2. He barely has any health, and they don't win another round thereafter.
You said it. You said it. It would be heartbreaking if they lost at 16-14, and guess what? They did. It's a shame. But NKT, they should be proud of that performance. Last time these two teams played in Challenger League, I believe it was playoffs last season, Rare Atom won 16-1, 16-5. This time they took them to all 30 on map 3. So, huge improvement. I think they've got something to build on. They'll almost certainly, for me, be one of the playoff teams for this season. So they've got a lot of work done, and it's showing at the moment. So great to hear and great to see.
I mean, I'll just say that it did seem like there was a lot more flux, you know, between the highs and the lows for Cyclone in that match. Whereas I'd say NKT were more stable, even though they lost. I still feel like they actually look pretty decent, and I'm really keen to see what they're going to be able to accomplish in the season. I stand by what I said earlier. I don't think them qualifying for Pro League and grabbing one of the 2 spots available is completely outside of the realm of possibility.
You know what? I'll hold you to that. Fair enough. You've stuck your neck out, so
Yeah.
I'll let you have it. But yeah, that was a really incredible game in the end, and really enjoyable. I'm glad I picked that one. That was a lot of crazy moments.
Good choice, mate. What have you chosen for us tomorrow?
I think we've got another NKT game, so we can stay in touch with them. We can stay in touch with them. I believe it's NKT versus I think it's a Mongolian team. I think we're watching. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We all know how good Mongolian Counter-Strike is and can be. But in the end, really, the round that broke the back of NKT and broke their hearts was that Kaze 1v2 on 5 HP. That was the one which really made such a huge difference. But yeah, insane series, a lot of fun. But we will be back tomorrow at exactly the same time. That's, I believe, around 1 p.m. UK time. So yeah, make sure to join this channel once again for more ESL Challenger League Asia Pacific region action for season 46. We'll see you then. For now, enjoy the rest of your day, and see you later.